councillors themselves. As I said, my name is Councillor White. I apologise for the slight delay, but I'm getting echoes from both my microphone and this screen, but I think that's cured it. So the other councillors who are with us tonight are Councillor Alexander.
Good evening, Chair.
Councillor Fowler.
Good evening, Chairman.
Councillor Guglielmi.
Evening, Chairman.
Councillor Harris.
Evening, Chairman.
Councillor Placey.
Evening, Chair.
And Councillor Wiggins.
Good evening, Chairman.
TDC officers assisting us tonight are the planning manager, planning solicitor, planning officers and committee staff. Now, unusually, we've got a very long agenda this evening, and from the folk in the audience, it appears that they are mainly interested in two of the applications, in which case I'm going to slightly alter the agenda. I'll take A1, which is Crossways Centre at Great Bromley first. Then I'll take A6, which is Acorn Cottage at Tendring. And then we'll revert back to the order as published, i.e. that's the items A2, A3, A4 and A5. Public speaking tonight will be as usual in that I shall ask the officer to introduce the application, to show any photos or videos of the site. And then public speaking generally I shall ask the applicant or his agent to speak. This will be followed by any members of the public who have already asked to speak for or against the application. This will then be followed by a speaker from the town or parish council, and finally the ward councillor. However, in the first application in front of us, it appears that the parish and the ward boundaries run right through the middle of the property. And so where that happens, there will be two speakers, one from the parish on one side and one from the parish on the other. And similarly, the ward boundaries is split, so there will be a speaker from each of the wards. It's very unusual. I can't think in all my time on the planning committee I've ever seen it happen before. But there we are. It means that each side will have their say. So, having sorted those out, councillors will then have a chance to question our officer. And once all questions are answered, we shall go into a general debate. And finally, we will hope for a proposer and a seconder and vote in the normal manner. Should members of the public like to follow this meeting, it can be found on the internet by logging into www.tenderingdc.gov.uk/live meetings. And I turn to the committee officer. Are we going out live? I've had a nod. Yes, we are. So that's active. As usual, of course, excuse me. As usual, we are not only going out live, but it is recorded by the council and can be found in the next 2 or 3 days. You will find it on the website. Now then, if we turn to item 1 on the agenda, I have received apologies for absence from Councillor Baker and Councillor Codling, and neither of them have been able at this late time to produce a deputy. So item 2 are the minutes of the meeting of the 16th of February. I've had no reports of any alterations or omissions, so I turn to my committee members. Can I sign these as a correct? I've had nods all the way around, so I will do that. Thank you. Now we come to item 3, which is declarations on any application in front of us tonight, either pecuniary or personal. And I think we'll have 1 or 2 declarations on this one. Councillor Harris, and then I'll go to Councillor Placey.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, item number 10 in the on the agenda, as it's written, item A6, which is 23/00008/TPO Acorn Cottage in Tendring. I am the ward councillor for that area, and I am predetermined and I will be speaking against the application.
The same item, actually. I'm predetermined, so I won't be taking part in any discussion on that item.
I'm the ward councillor for Alresford and Elmstead and Crossways. The application A1 is in my ward. I'm declaring an interest, but I will not be talking, and I will be leaving the meeting as well.
Thank you, Chairman. Agenda item 5, which is A1, planning application 2100186/4 Crossways Centre. I'm declaring a personal interest as the applicant is known to me, and I will withdraw from the committee. Thank you, Chairman.
Questions to the chairman on the procedure 37. I have not received any, which means we turn to item 5. That is the planning application number 2100186 full. And I'm going to ask the planning officer, Mr. Garsma, I believe, to introduce this one.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. I think first and foremost, just to avoid any confusion and to clarify, the report relating to this item tonight is the first report on, in the agenda, starting on page 31. And then there's also a historic report included for information purposes, starting on page 73. So essentially, members will recall that this item was presented at the December 2021 committee, and following the debate and question and answer sessions, it was deferred for a number of reasons, which I'll return to in a minute. So the proposal is now for the extension to the Crossways Centre to include the demolition of buildings fronting the site, as well as surfacing of extension to yard, erection of a loading bay, landscape, drainage, infrastructure and ancillary works, including additional lighting. Part of the proposal is retrospective, and I'll highlight that in the presentation. So as I've just said, members will recall that the item was deferred in December 2021, basically for 4 reasons. First one, to allow further dialogue with the applicant and ECC Highways to discuss a traffic management plan and other highways related matters. Second reason, to further explore the highways access arrangement and the potential to demolish the frontage buildings. Thirdly, to look at the hours of operation and if this could be reduced at nighttime in particular. And then fourthly, to explore a temporary permission, perhaps for up to 2 to 3 years, with the aim of helping to support the applicant in finding more appropriate sites within the district. Please note that the warehouse extension previously proposed has now been removed from the proposal. So that's the application site etched in red. You're all familiar with the site, having visited the site today and on a previous occasion in December 2021. So this is an aerial. I think the next 2 slides are really helpful because it shows on the first aerial the application site before it was extended in a western and a southern direction So this is the application site around May 2020. So you can see the hard standing and the demise there and the existing, or the boundary treatment at that time in May 2020. And then the next one is kind of overlaid. I've tried to overlay the two Google aerial images. It shows the site after this, the west and the southward expansion, i.e. in March 2022. So I'm just going to flick between the two so that you can see the difference again. So you can clearly see there the expansion took place in the western direction and along the southern boundary. So after the expansion, there was an increase in hard standing in the south, in the southern area, and in the western part of the site. And the proposal now also includes the demolition of this frontage building there, as well as the removal of this small car parking area here and a small section of the existing office building to be demolished as well. This is all to facilitate safer and much better two-way vehicular access and HGV access into and out of the site. I think that's important to point out at this early stage. So all the frontage building and all these all these other areas will be cleared and removed in those areas there. Previously, they've also proposed an extension to this warehouse. That's been omitted now, and the proposal includes a extension to the loading bay area. The extension to the loading bay will go in this location here. This is a slide showing the settlement development boundary for freighting, and it shows the location of the site before it was extended in that area there. So that's the old, I call it the old site before the expansion in a western and a southern direction. And the previous old site was entirely within the settlement development boundary of freighting. Moving on to some photographs, only 3 slides. So starting at the top, that's the existing site access with the frontage building to be demolished. Bottom left, standing on the axis looking in a northern direction. Bottom right, same position looking south, which shows the existing visibility space. This is now on site, moving on site. Standing in the extended western / northwestern part of the site, very close to the very deepest western part of the rear garden of property to the north, called the Orchards, according to our records. So that's standing on site, looking basically in an eastern direction towards the rear elevation of the Orchards, that property. And the northern boundary of the application site is here to the right. And you can see behind this tree, there's the existing loading bay. This is the same position, looking across that deepest western part of that rear garden of the Orchards, looking across to the area where the new loading bay extension will be placed in that location there. And you can see the existing loading bay in the background where the cursor is right now. And the next slide, this is standing very close to the new western boundary of the site, looking in an eastern direction back towards the some HGV lorries and the existing loading bay just projecting there. It's essentially looking back towards towards Freighting Road and the front of the site. And this is on the on a bund intended to be planted with significant additional landscaping. So this is standing on the bund along the western boundary of the site, so the deepest part of the site right now, looking in a southern direction. Moving on, so the next section of the presentation contains all the plans, the proposal. So in summary, proposed site plan, it shows the the existing loading bay in that area there, and the proposed loading bay extension. And the other key and big elements of this proposal includes a attenuation basin along this south/southwestern corner of the site, as well as a new drainage ditch to be dug along this area here. And the site is rather extensive in its length. So the frontage part of the site is included in an inset here in the top right-hand corner. So that the existing buildings shown along the site frontage is indicated in light grey. I appreciate it's probably not very visible on this plan, but there is a better plan slightly further along, showing the extent of all the demolition works. Existing site plan, proposed site plan showing the loading bay extension and the additional landscaping to be provided along the southern, western and northern boundaries. And this is a slide showing the landscaping proposals in more detail. This is basically a zoomed in version of the landscaping plan that is the subject of a compliance condition requiring the developer or the applicant to carry out the additional landscaping exactly as per the additional landscape planting plan. No doubt we'll return to that. And this slide shows an extract map from the operational management plan, essentially showing the central and western part of the extended site, showing areas in green for the loading and unloading of goods, areas in yellow, which is the warehouse and loading bay areas, and the area in blue is for forklift, truck training and vehicle storage area. Again, I'll return to this plan because there's a condition linked to this operational management plan map requiring the applicant to adhere to certain operating hours during certain times of the day and night. Proposed elevations of the loading bay extension. This is the front elevation or the south-facing elevation, and that's the rear elevation. It will be an open loading bay, open on 3 sides, and basically the 4th side will join up with the existing loading bay. And then this is the demolition plan showing the extent of the frontage buildings and other areas to be removed and demolished. So the frontage building occupies more or less this area here, indicated in that reddish pink hatched color. 4 car parking spaces will go along the southern boundary, and a section of the existing office building will be demolished as well. This is all to facilitate better access, better movement, two-way movement for those big 44-ton HGV lorries. And we're getting towards the end of the presentation now. So this is the last slide I'm going to show you. This just shows the outline details of the new priority junction that's now proposed off Freighting Road and following the demolition of those buildings. So this will include an unobstructed straight section of carriageway to be provided from the entrance back 22 meters, as well as an 1.8 meter wide footway along this northern stretch to the north of the new priority junction. It will also include appropriate pedestrian crossing facilities, dropped curbs, tactile paving. Remember, this will be a priority junction, so it needs to comply with certain highways requirements. There will also be associated signage and lining indicated here in outline. So we are seeking a precise further details of this priority junction as part of a detailed condition as set out in your report. And if planning permission is granted, we'll be seeking approval and full implementation of this new priority junction prior to the completion and the first use of the loading bay extension. Right, so just before I hand over to the chairman, I need to refer you to the update sheet circulated earlier. And one further objection was received on Monday this week from the owner-occupier of the property to the north, the orchards that I referred to in the presentation. So this objection raised essentially seven points. And we have covered those points in the update sheet under or next to the officer comment heading in italic every time. And again, it was quite a detailed objection letter, and it's a detailed response. So no doubt, I think we will return to this update sheet and I can give further clarity. But I think a really important thing to highlight right now is that because of this further objection, officers looked at the lighting proposals in particular. And as a result, one additional condition is now being recommended, seeking precise details of all new and existing under canopy loading bay lighting to be provided to us, because that detail is currently missing from the outdoor lighting plan. Ultimately, and as set out in this latest report, the officer position is that the combined weight given to the economic and employment benefits of this development proposal is considered to very marginally outweigh the landscape harm and the identified harm to residential amenity. So, as set out in the report, the highway safety objection has also been addressed in full, subject to conditions and a Section 106 agreement. And that matter, the latter matter that I've just mentioned, in officer's opinion, tipped the balance in favour of approval now, subject to conditions and a Section 106. So I'm going to conclude there and hand over to the chairman. I'd be grateful if you can consider the officer recommendation as set out in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So now we'll go to public speakers and call Mr. Gary Rowe, who's the applicant. If you'd like to take that microphone, sir, and get yourself settled. The microphone switched on. It's the face on the screen. Once that's alight, means you're live and you have 3 minutes. It's the little face. That's it. You've got it.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I would like to thank members and officers for the opportunity to complete our technical work and look for an alternative site to relocate the business and present a better suited use for Crossways. Planning permission will enable us to take the first step towards a successful relocation of the business whilst delivering a planning gain for the community. Permission tonight will confirm the necessary funding and secure our relocation as soon as possible and make all our wishes a reality. If approved, we will implement the permission and move forward concurrently with the relocation proposals without delay. The new site will secure all 96 existing jobs and create a minimum of 50 new jobs soon after the new site is functional. Pallet Plus is committed to relocation as soon as possible. A suitable site has been identified and concept plans already drawn up, with an application pending what will hopefully be a positive outcome tonight for businesses and residents alike. In terms of the existing Crossways site, permission will ensure we can improve access, landscaping and other site improvements, including lighting, sound attenuation measures as soon as possible. This will improve the site aspect and deliver a significant biodiversity gain. The application has been revised to remove the proposed warehouse extension, and proposed planning conditions will impose a range of restrictions on our operations that do not currently apply to the site, as we benefit from a certificate of lawfulness. To facilitate our relocation, the existing Crossways site is proposed to be developed for much needed housing. An application for residential use is in the final stages of preparation. This will release Crossways for a more suitable use within the immediate locality and partly cross-fund the new Pallet Plus commercial site. Our target is to complete this process within 2 years. This will bring about a new chapter for the Crossways Centre, bringing the land into residential use, subject to the permission from the council, and integrating with the surrounding community which has developed around the site over the last 40 years. As suggested by members previously, we believe relocation of Pallet Plus and releasing Crossways for housing is the best outcome for all concerned, but this can only be achieved by approval of the first step, which is in front of members tonight. The flip side to a positive outcome is the fallback for position of refusal, which is very clear. The funding needed for us to move is conditional, and without funding, we are stuck at Crossways. We will continue to operate under our certificate of lawfulness, and the opportunity to secure and create new jobs will be gone indefinitely. Again, I thank you for your consideration shown to my business and employment matters by giving us the opportunity to propose a longer-term strategy to relocate. It is greatly appreciated, and if successful, will also resolve all of the objections that have been raised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. Now we've got Speaker of the Public speaking against Mr. John Bartington. Is it? Yes. Welcome, sir. The microphone is still on, so get yourself settled. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Hello. Good evening, Mr. Chairman. I'm John Bartington. I represent Residents Against Crossways Expansion. Our aim to relocate this business somewhere suitable. December 2021, we praised the case officer's report, balancing business and public interests. Now replaced. Now it's unbalanced. Business dominates. Where's public safety gone? Experts advise demolition of those buildings won't improve safety. Then they go ahead and propose to do so. Maybe it's a sort of sacrifice. A B road magically becomes an A road, but still an unsuitable B road. Of course it's unsuitable. It's a winding B road used by school buses with missing footpaths. Of course residents object about forklift trucks and lorry noise, about children unable to sleep. None of the things we heard tonight will change that. You've all read the objections. Of course you have. Constant noise, I'm quoting now, and bright lighting, woken most days from 4 AM by lorries speeding, squealing brakes. There's loading, washing and maintenance, lights on all hours, end of quotes. You've seen the objectionable working hours proposed. 9 PM to 4 AM. They'd be unreasonable in any residential neighbourhood. Would anyone here in this room now find them acceptable in their neighbourhood? Why should we? We must now specify acceptable working hours. It's even been admitted that lawfulness doesn't exist for all locations on that site, contrary to what we heard earlier. So how did a small village on a B road become an HGV lorry park when 30 years ago, for example, adjacent estates barred car access to that road? The answer was Tendring Regeneration Limited, a company formed in 2008, disbanded 2015. This company encouraged location to Crossways, probably in good faith, but it definitely expanding HGV activity on the site. Today, TDC, still own that mistake. So it's not only the wrong business in the wrong place, it went there for the wrong reason. And just how sustainable are plans to send HGVs towards the A133 crossroads? By freighting. If they announce an annual 10% Harwich and Freeport A120 growth, which we hope will happen, won't HGVs take the shorter Great Bromley route to the A120? Bit of a fairy story, this diversion. Maybe we can hope the council will again see that Tendring Regeneration Limited enthusiasm, but this time to relocate somewhere suitable. We stay optimistic. But relocation sites aren't really specified. For example, Flying Trade Ardley Phase 2 has been mentioned, but isn't today. Freighting opposite a car auction site, an option now mysteriously ignored. Example, the published 2022 letter about selling the site soon for relocation. It's been touched on just now, but we won't hold our breath. Yet all the adverse public amenity effects noted in both the reports are still in the original report, still remain. They haven't changed. Those impact on the people who live in this village that has this lorry park in its middle will still endure those impacts. So please reinstate the Temporary Planning Commission. It's a straw of hope for us. Its removal would be the final straw. Thanks.
Very much so. Now this is the parish and town council slot, which, as I explained earlier, we'll start with parish councillor for Great Bromley. That's Councillor Nichols.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, members and officers, I am Chairman of Great Bromley Parish Council and we oppose this application. This application came before this committee on the 7th of December 2021. The decision reached on that occasion was not greeted with any degree of comfort by the residents. In fact, it was described as a bodge. This location is not acceptable for storage and distribution use. It's not protected or allocated as an employment site. As you saw earlier today, it's in the middle of a residential area. Residential use has been in place long before Pallet Plus arrived. Prior to Pallet Plus, it had been a small-time bus garage and a motor repair facility. The expansion by Pallet Plus is also taking agricultural land, which surely in this day and age is not a good thing. It's also outside the settlement and development boundary. The area has an unacceptable highway safety impact with the amount of commercial vehicles using the road. The expansion is having a harmful effect on the character, appearance, and most certainly living conditions of neighbouring dwellings. Economic benefits should not outweigh harm to residents. How can commercial benefits outweigh the harm that is being caused to residents? I do urge you to consider most importantly the harm that is being caused to these residents, which is surely the most important aspect for you to consider, more so than commercial gain. They are unable to regularly get a good night's sleep due to the noise that is generated by Pallet Plus, whether it is noise in the distribution side or by vehicles arriving or leaving. An aspect you should also consider are the two crossroads at either end of the B1029, outside the King's Arms at Freighting and the courthouse at Great Bromley. Both of these junctions, although one is controlled by traffic lights, that's the King's Arms one, have seen a number of collisions with injuries. The increase in Pallet Plus traffic will only increase the risk of further incidents. I am informed there have been collisions with the Pallet Plus vehicle, including one where a resident's vehicle parked on the road was struck by a Pallet Plus vehicle. A distribution centre as busy as Pallet Plus should not be in a rural residential area. It seems madness and should not be improved. I ask that you all consider the residents who are having their lives disrupted on more or less a daily basis. Would you be willing to put up with the ongoing problems caused by Pallet Plus? I suggest you would not. So give consideration to these residents. You've heard what the owner of Pallet Plus has said about relocation, and if he's sincere in this suggestion, it is the way forward. Perhaps put a time scale on his plans. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you very much. In 2012, an application was approved which granted permission for the current business occupier to conduct a maximum of 45 HGV vehicle movements per week within the operating hours of 8 till 7 weekdays and 8 till 1 on Saturdays, no Sundays and no bank holidays. In 2014, a certificate of lawfulness was applied for. Here it goes a bit murky and the facts are difficult to obtain. Our questions about the certificate and what this meant for the business, including vehicle movements, working days and time restrictions, have never been answered by the planning department. Does this mean that the business has the right to work whatever hours and have as many vehicle movements as they wanted? 18 months ago, Pallet Plus began to prepare this site for expansion by concreting 2 acres of agricultural land without planning permission, and finally put in a retrospective application to try to make their expansion legal. This application came before the committee with a recommendation from the planning department for refusal. This led the committee to defer this decision while Pallet Plus looked for alternative premises. Since that deferral, this application is now back before you again with a recommendation to approve. But what has changed in this time? The business still operates onto the same B road, which in 1995 and again in 2018, before the 2 new housing estates in Freighting were built, Highways stated that on these applications that the B1029 was unsafe for the increased use of even predominantly residential vehicles, which meant that the access to these estates had to be on the opposite side on a different road. How then, if this is the case, is it now that this same road can be deemed suitable for upwards of 40 HGV vehicle movements each day? Add on to that the misery of the next door neighbours to the site of the now 24/7 working operation, floodlights causing light pollution not only into adjacent gardens but throughout the village, the bleeping sounds of forklifts reversing and reported flooding into residents' gardens due to the expansion. The crossroads, which is the main route onto the A133, being eroded and not large enough for the swing needed for the largest lorries to get through, plus the accidents reported, including garden walls, residents' vehicles and the erosion of the residential area. Pallet Plus claim they've looked through tendering and have found no suitable alternative locations. Obviously, we've heard tonight differently. But that doesn't make this suitable location because another site cannot be found. In fact, a previous haulage firm moved from this site because it was so unsuitable. Therefore, Pallet Plus should not be allowed to remain here any longer. This huge business is damaging the fabric of village life. It goes against policy SPL3 as the expansion is not in keeping with the residential area in which it resides. The danger here is that this business has been able to grow and expand unchecked at the detriment to the local environment and its residents simply because of its economic benefits, as stated by Tendering Planning Department. We also refute this argument because this reason does not come under a planning remit. What does is that the approved original business on this site was a small business operation that was in keeping with the village, and as this is no longer the case, this should not be allowed to remain here. Going forward, if you allow this business to continue on this site, the cost to Highways for road repairs will be astronomical. And again, it gives developers and businesses the right to flout the planning rules in tendering, to simply do what they like and ask for permission later. If you're of a mind to approve this, as has been recommended, we implore you to place restrictions on working hours and vehicle movements as befit the residential area in which Pallet Plus wants to remain. And in light of the applicant's offer this evening, that their relocation is dependent on the approval of this application, we would ask that a time restriction is placed that provides a limit on the amount of time that they can remain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have the 2 ward members. Whilst I've been very tolerant to the other speakers and overrunning their time, as we've got 2 ward members, I will remind them they have 5 minutes, but I'd ask them to keep to their 5 minutes. Councillor McWilliams, who called the application in.
Thank you, Chairman. Right. Evening, members. And as you and members, Chairman, have no doubt gathered, there has been some considerable genuine concerns from residents due to the work and development that is tonight being proposed at Crossways. It should surely be noted that in the executive summary, it does state that this area is a smaller village location. The site is in Great Bromley, but next to one of my wards, Freighting. Freighting residents will be and have been affected with the development work and traffic movements for the transit lorries, especially when accessing the A133 at the traffic light junction for the B1029 access. It is seen as being a difficult task at present, as lorries do use a wide expanse of the junction when turning to then access either the A133 or the B1029. So if approval is given, this should be a major factor to ensuring work is carried out immediately. Other points. Are there any conflicts with policies? For example, policy states that all new development should make a positive contribution to the quality of the local environment and protect or enhance the local character. Does the proposal's design relate well? I do query how this is the case regarding part of the design with height, scale and massing. Does the proposal respect or enhance local landscape character, views and skylines? These immediately come to mind with the extension of the site being outside the agreed local plans development boundary. Is the access and egress to the site actually practicable, even with the proposed demolition and changes to the frontage to the access of the B1029? Bearing in mind the vehicle sizes now accessing the site. Also, are any changes being made to the B1029 to accommodate the changes that are being made on site? I rather think that some of these points are relevant to policy numbers SPL3. If approval is given, the road safety matters for the A133 and the B1029 road junction would surely need to be given priority to make the area safe for all road traffic users. With the increase through the higher number of lorry traffic movements in the area to and from the proposed site, will the increased levels of carbon pollution be measured to ensure the levels are satisfactory and safe? With regard to the rural landscape, I note in the report that it appears that it has been agreed for this proposal to go ahead as certain criteria has been met with a plan to fell existing trees, shrubs, etc., to enhance parts of the area with hedgerows and trees. This action will not be an overnight success or improvement to remove the unsightly views of large red lorries which now obscure what was an open rural landscape. If approval is given, will the lighting levels that are at present a huge concern for residents, will they be assessed due to the unacceptable light penetration into neighbouring properties from an area that once was part of an open rural landscape? If approval is given, has a satisfactory agreement been reached to suppress the increased higher noise levels? On health grounds, what is being addressed regarding increases to the carbon emission levels due to the size and number of vehicles being used at the site, which could in all probability increase? Does it really mean that this proposal actually matches the criteria for ensuring the proposed development is well designed and relates well to its surroundings? After all, on a previous proposal, it was stated that officers considered the proposal would be harmful to the localised character and appearance of the area, and significant weight should be given to this harm. Residents are genuinely concerned with this proposal and that it still does not meet the required standard, and that there will be considerable harm to a rural village environment. I suppose it is a question for another time and another place, but if this proposal were agreed, what is in place to argue and prevent further proposals being put forward for the area that is outside the local plan's development boundary? Could they now be considered as being acceptable if a precedent was set? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. And now the adjacent or part of ward councillors, Councillor Scott.
Good evening, Chairman, councillors and officers. Can I make a plea when you do your maps, could you highlight the ward boundaries? Because it gives the impression that all the map you had earlier was freighting, and the top part is called Balls Green, which is in the parish of Great Bromley. So we echo the point that it should be made clearer on the maps. This application was deferred last time with concerns from residents with reference to highways issues and vehicular movements coming off the site on Freighting Road on Bromley Road. The traffic management plan, it shall be a designated route to control the direction of vehicles, but how will this be policed and enforced? Highways require wheel washing facilities, but in the report it suggests under TDC Environment there will be no washing facilities, which is correct. TDC Environment Services are not sure whether there will be an increase in highway HGV vehicles, but on page 60 it says, and the residents believe this will be and affect their quality well-being in their homes. I feel it's important what is proposed. The environmental team suggests there will be no increase in vehicle movements further in the report, but it suggested predicted increase in movements on the site. So there's an inconsistency, or one says one and one says the other. The times of operation, how will this be policed? And the parish councils are quite keen to know on the definite working times. Residents have also asked whether shielding can be installed on lights to stop light pollution, and maybe, if possible, could there be sensors? So when there's no hours of operation or nothing happening there, the lights get dimmed or switched off. That is a plea from residents who live nearby who feel that these lights are too bright. Residents will also live nearby water runoff from the site. What is planned there? Residents have sent photos to myself and Councillor Matt Williams with reference to water going to their properties and their gardens. Residents would like a solution for this, and I think what you said tonight, officer, I don't think they'll be adequate enough. It should be the other side as well. Letters have been received for and against this application in high numbers, so consultation is good. So residents have been consulted, but one thing that's been mentioned is contamination on the site. I would appreciate if the officer can explain more about this in his comeback. The parish councils have asked for operation times, which I mentioned previously, which I'm still not sure what they are myself. In the surrounding areas, there have been new weight restricted roads by Essex County Council. What impact will this have on the planned routes for HGV vehicles coming from this site? Has this been taken into account for this application? Residents still believe this site is in the wrong location, and there are concerns with reference to HGVs, environmental issues, and more importantly, the times of operation and vehicle movements on this site. The report suggests the applicant is looking to relocate. This is welcomed by local residents either side of the border of Great Bromley and Freighting. There is also concern with reference to the crossroads, which I brought up last time when this is at the planning committee. In the report, it says unrelated to the development, which I'm quite astonished. But for applications in Elmston Market, there was an application there and it says there was some money going towards Freighting Crossroads, and that's further away than this proposed site. So the inconsistencies there don't make sense. So I would like some office to come back on that. Please take note of my fellow ward colleague and the parish council for their concerns, and please do consider what the speakers have said tonight. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. I will just ask the officer if there's any points that he wishes to add before we start questions.
So, Chairman, I've picked up in the region of 10 points to be clarified. So I prefer to work those points in as part of questions and answers. And if there's any remaining points, we can just mop that up at the end, if that's okay.
Makes sense. In which case, councillors, this is your question time. Obviously, we've heard both the applicant and the opposition, and if you can guide at this stage your points to keep them to questions, that would be very helpful. I think I'll start the questions and then I'll go to Councillor Placey. My question is really confirmation. Am I right in thinking that Essex County Council were objecting to this, but the suggestion of the demolition of the offices out the front made it much easier, and they have now withdrawn their opposition to the site?
Yeah, so County Highways originally objected because in summary, they felt that the access proposals and the arrangements previously back in December 2021 were just unsuitable, having regard to the expansion of the site. So the applicants have worked really hard with the County Highways Authority over the last 18 months or so to come to a solution here. And a big part of the solution involves the entire demolition of the frontage building and the creation of a priority junction there. And based on that, and subject to those conditions seeking the precise details, Essex Highways have now removed their objection. Thank you, Chairman.
I thought I'd get one in quick. The applicant mentioned about having identified another location and about a housing application going through. Can you elaborate a bit more on that? Because I thought from the report that wasn't the case. Thank you.
Yes, so we don't question the intent and the sincerity behind the applicant's desire to ultimately move and to move to a more appropriate site. However, having said that, as planning officers and as an LPA, we can only go based on the information that's submitted as part of the planning application and the revised information. So there are basically three things that I need to confirm or relay on to you, which is firstly, they have submitted a sequential test looking at alternative sites, and the sequential test submitted concludes that there are no other suitable or available sites to relocate to at the time of the sequential test. And again, I don't doubt in my mind that perhaps events that was some months ago, and perhaps internal discussions or operational decisions have come into play for the business in question, and things might have changed. But in terms of the information in front of us, that sequential information concludes that there's no alternative available sites at that time. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Harris, I think, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Which is like deja vu, isn't it? We sat here, was it a year ago? I went through this application. Disappointing to see it come back as it is, to be honest. For the benefit of everybody that's here, can the officer please identify or summarise the main difference between the application now to the one that we looked at last time? Thank you.
If I can refer you to page 32 of the report as a starting point, and I'm just going to go through the 4 points of deferral one by one, and then I'll clarify and articulate what's changed. So the first point was to allow further dialogue with the applicant and the ECC Highways Authority to discuss a traffic management plan, and to include looking at HGV movements, routing plan, particular emphasis on examining directing traffic to and from the south of the Freighting Crossways, and potential improvements to that junction. So over the last 12 to 18 months, there's been extensive toing and throwing and discussions and meetings with ECC Highways. And in terms of that point, so we have now agreed as part of a planning condition, as part of Section 106 agreement, a traffic management plan to be provided and approved, outlining a designated route to and from the premises for all HGV movements. That will be agreed in advance with the local planning authority in consultation with Highways, and that will be included in the section 106 if members resolve to grant planning permission tonight. In terms of the improvements to the Crossways junction further to the south, again, discussions took place with highways as well as with officers, and the officers' position is that quite a mixed or a varied there's a mixed use of traffic making use of that junction, and there is a small percentage of that overall, traffic pool, if you like, using that junction, engaging with that junction on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. A very small percentage of that traffic is related to this business and this operation. And the position reached by LPA officers in consultation with ECC Highways is that to impose an obligation on this business to somehow improve that traffic control junction would fail the test of necessity and reasonableness for the reasons just outlined. That's the officer position anyway. In terms of, so that's the new information in respect of point number 1. Point number 2, to further explore the highways access arrangement and the potential to demolish the front buildings to facilitate two-way movements. Now I can go into detail again, but it's essentially the answer to the question posed by the chairman earlier. And I'm more than happy to just clarify again exactly what's going to happen there and when it should happen. Point number 3 is to members ask officers to go back and look at hours of operation and if this could be reduced at night time. So again, we've carefully looked at this, and due regard needs to be given to the permitted fallback position or the lawful fallback position on it, albeit on a much smaller site, but essentially same land use. They can operate a B8 storage and distribution use from a smaller site, unrestricted both in terms of hours of operation and in terms of vehicular movements. So the permitted fallback position is a consideration of some weight. However, there is going to be an expansion. There's going to be an intensification. So that provides us with an opportunity to look at controls, to look at reasonable and necessary conditions and controls to make this, from a planning point of view, into a properly controlled operation. So we have agreed with the applicants a set of conditions to include, and I'll refer you to page 60, 67. Page 67 under the environmental protection conditions. And I guess this is also an opportunity to clarify the confusion between two planning conditions that was mentioned by some of the speakers. So on page 67, we have a access restriction conditions brackets hours. And that condition states there shall be no HGV access or vehicles used for operational purposes to the site between the hours of 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. the following day. So that condition is restricting operational vehicular movements and HGV movements between those hours. So that's a significant improvement over a previous uncontrolled situation. The applicants agreed to that condition. The very next condition below that is a nighttime restriction condition in respect of hours. And it states nighttime loading and unloading and associated operations between the hours of 9 p.m. and 4 a.m. the following day shall be restricted to areas shaded green on this plan. So the idea and the logic behind this is that these areas, these central and western areas, as indicated in those bright colors there, I'm referring to the green and the yellow, those are the areas you've been on site today. Those are the areas furthest away from those highly sensitive rear elevations of residential properties. Yes, it's fully acknowledged that those areas, big chunks of those areas, are directly bordering a rear garden of a property to the north. However, due regard is given to the length of that rear garden. But fundamentally, those are areas that are shifted furthest away from sensitive residential land uses. And officers consider it entirely appropriate and reasonable to impose that restriction. Again, due regard given to a fallback position where there's a completely uncontrolled scenario that could play out on this site, albeit on a much smaller site. But officers feel that it's reasonable and necessary to impose that restriction to ensure that those kind of movement activity that's going to happen during the night takes place in those areas furthest away from the residential properties' rear elevations. And then thirdly, we have a reason for deferral to look at hours. Sorry, that's covered. And then fourthly, finally, explore a temporary planning permission for up to 2 to 3 years with the aim of helping to support the applicant in finding a more appropriate site within the district. 3 things to take into account there. The site assessment sequential test, concluding that there's no suitable or available alternative sites. Secondly, we have a situation whereby we've got a rather complicated retrospective element to this proposal, and to impose a time-sensitive temporary permission, it will make it really, really difficult to specifically nail down what exactly needs to happen or change back when this temporary permission expires. And thirdly, probably most importantly, we have in terms of the information in front of officers, we have an undefined timescale in terms of how long it's going to take to relocate, and we don't have precise details of this site that they are looking at. So those 3 things combined, in the officer's opinion, makes the imposition of a temporary planning consent questionable from a necessity point of view. Thank you, Chairman. Finally, just in addition to that, they've removed the warehouse extension from the proposal, and they have included details of external lighting. That's also subject to a planning condition. And they have included drainage and landscaping proposals that will minimize the landscape harm on the wider area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So the traffic plan, there hasn't been one agreed yet, but that's in the conditions to agree a traffic plan with Essex Highways. Okay. Do we have a detailed drawing of the site, the opening with the proposals of the buildings disappeared and the new roadway that's going in?
So this is the proposed high-level indicative plan showing the new priority junction, and so we have tactile paving, new pedestrian crossing facilities there, demonstration of suitable visibility displays, a straight section up to 22 meters back, specific condition requiring no unbound material to be used in this area up to 22 meters back, a carriageway of up to 6.75 meters in width, a 1.8 meter wide new pedestrian access, dedicated pedestrian access along that northern boundary, tactile paving, as well as associated signage. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And I can see there are no left turns, so presumably there's going to be no lorries turning left out of the site. Is that right?
Yeah, the details need to be secured, but I need to look into that. But I assume so. Yeah.
Okay, all right, that's fine. The owner of the site said that his plans are to relocate, that he would basically turn over the site for housing.
Yeah.
We are constantly told about planning applications and when people can make them, etc. Tell me, is there anything stopping the applicant putting in an outline application for housing now?
Well, the applicant's free to do what he wants in terms of submitting planning applications. I can't really comment any further on that. That'll be a decision for the applicant to make.
No, the question is, would there be anything stopping the applicant putting in an application for outline planning for housing now? Let's rephrase that. Is there anything stopping me from putting in an application for housing on that particular site, even though I don't own it?
Well, it will be an interesting move, but we will. I think we will have to consider that application on its merit. I can't see. Well, I think I'm just going to hand over to my manager here.
So ultimately, planning applications run with the land, not the person, and ultimately anyone can put a planning application in for any piece of land they like, and seek to do whatever they want to. So if I wanted to put a planning application theoretically to demolish this building, I could. Now, if I got that permission, which would be highly unlikely, I suspect, given the fact it's a listed building, but if I did get that permission, whether I could actually implement it or not is probably the issue, because I don't own the building. There has, in my experience, been examples where people have put in an application for 4 houses. They got that permission and then they realised that the land that the 4th house was sitting on didn't actually belong to them, but the person who owned that land thanked them. Ultimately, they got themselves a permission for a house for nothing. But yes, ultimately the answer is yes, you can. In terms of would we say yes to housing, I'm not going to speculate because it's an application for another day potentially, but I would perhaps point out that they would need to be compliant with policies of your local plan, and your local plan seeks to protect employment sites.
Yeah, I fully accept all of what you said there, but the answer was yes. So he can, should he so see fit, and as part of his exit plan from the site, he hasn't got to wait 2 years to then put in an application for housing. That was the point I was going to get to there. Okay. Right. Let's have a look. The site and with the garden at the back, where at the moment, and we was on site earlier, and we could see right into the garden, etc. The owner of the site very kindly showed us around and said that there was going to be landscaping in that area. But is there any plans, or are there any plans for fencing to go behind that, let's say wooden fencing behind the landscaping, to sort of cut out light? There's been a lot of discussion about sort of light proposals, light pollution with regards to headlights. When vehicles are turning round, the headlights will sweep across people's gardens. So is there a fence going in there to eliminate the headlights?
So a big, well, at least slightly more than 50% of this straight section of northern boundary is and will be covered by the rear elevations of the existing warehouse, the existing loading bay, sort of rear situation there, and the proposed loading bay. So opportunity is limited to provide additional planting there, but there is a landscaping condition to provide additional planting along this northern and northwestern part of the extended site. We also have a planning condition on page 67 seeking details of acoustic fencing, and that may well include additional acoustic fencing along that northern boundary, and it will definitely include So it includes acoustic fencing along the northern and southern boundaries, and indeed in areas along the new or the amended access way. Thank you, Chairman.
So in particular, the area that I'm particularly interested in is the area where I think they called it the forklift truck training area. That area there, which goes on to, is it the Orchards? You said the name of the house. That area, is there any fencing along there that's going to block out the light pollution from the headlights from the truck?
That will be covered by that as part of that planning condition. It may include acoustic fencing, but it will definitely include additional landscaping.
So the condition provides obviously the entirety of the northern boundary, and we take the entirety to be all of that part of the foot lift training bit in the corner as well. Obviously the condition is talking about the provision of acoustic fencing, but that fencing in its entirety will be designed to block light as well. And we would be looking to agree the siting design, height and materials of that fencing. So that gives us the opportunity to make sure it blocks light at whatever height we agree as a local authority as well.
Great. So you confirm that there will be there's fencing there basically going in. All right. Thank you. Okay. We spoke about working hours restrictions. If this application was refused, does it change the business that operating today as it is in any way, shape or form?
If this application is refused, well, that will depend on I guess in the first instance on the reasons for refusal. But fundamentally, what wouldn't change if this application is refused today is the fact that they can revert back to the fallback position, the lawful use position. And yes, there is this, I guess, let's call it the elephant in the room topic of enforcement action, but that will be a separate matter for the council to consider for that relevant team. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, Councillor, I've been very tolerant.
One more question.
I'll give you one more.
I just want to come back to the time sensitive nature of the permission. Now, when it was, I couldn't help but notice, but when one of the speakers was suggesting, I forget which speaker it was, the applicant actually nodded in agreement, or seemed to, as though, yes, he would be agreeable to that. Is that something that this committee could condition to put a time sensitive period on this, which would allow the occupant or the applicant to relocate? You know, it's great news to hear that the applicant has found a new site, which he's just confirming he has, and so that obviously I'm mindful of the issues that the local residents have, and it seems the obvious way forward potentially, and that's obviously for the committee to debate. But can you confirm that we can put a time sensitive limit on the application?
Oh God, this is going to be the nice complicated answer, isn't it? The trouble is, we've got to start with what the application is. The application is for the expansion of the site, so we're dealing with the expansion area, and we're dealing with the loading bay. We can't, I think, reasonably kick off the occupier of the original use that's in lawful use at this time. There's no restriction on that. Why would we otherwise impose a restriction to end that use? And I think it would be very difficult to find any justification for doing that. Can we put a time restriction on the expansion? It's not the proposal in front of us. and I'm not, because it involves not just change of use of land, but also works to that land. Again, I think if you were to impose any sort of temporary consent for that expansion, it probably would be argued to be unreasonable because it threatens the viability of the business. That's the simplest way I can put this. It's not a straightforward issue to grapple. I don't know if Joanne wants to help me at all, but I think that's about the best way I can describe it. Sometimes you're better putting it in legal terms, but to my mind, my advice to you would be that I would not find it to be in part necessary, reasonable, and I think we would have difficulties working out exactly how it would apply.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to go along with to begin with, I'd like to go along with what Councillor Harris is saying. One of the things that he mentioned was that there was a possibility that there was something in the near future, maybe, of a relocation. Is that correct?
Yeah. Do you want to take this?
I think what I'll do is I'll draw a line under this. Ultimately, if this applicant wishes to relocate in the future, that's their business. The proposal before us is as before us, and it is not that consideration in planning terms. The consideration in planning terms is the proposal as set out in your papers. So their future intention is not material consideration at this time.
So taking what you've just said, and moving on, I want to talk about employment. I'm a little vague reading in here under page number 97, economic and other benefits. How many people are actually employed? I don't quite understand that.
So our understanding is that the existing operation provides in the region of 96 jobs, and that will gradually increase to over 100 and maybe even close to 130 odd jobs.
Should we this evening, as the committee, decide to move along with the recommendation as laid out before us, would Pallet Company be able to continue to trade in exactly the same way as which they're doing at this moment in time?
Yes, but they need to, if members resolve to grant planning permission tonight, then they need to comply with all the conditions, including all the operational conditions and the triggers for those conditions, as well as the Section 106 legal agreement. But in a broad sense, yeah, they'll be able to continue to operate more or less along the same lines as they are at the moment, but with those hours restrictions and the landscaping conditions and restrictions of movement during nighttime in those areas as indicated, and other obligations imposed on them through this through the Section 106 legal agreement. Thank you, Chairman.
We have an application before us, prior deferral, and now back again for our perusal and final decision. Would we say that the application before us and the reason the application is before us is a matter of material consideration to this? For example, the reasons why they need to move on with the canopy and etc. Is that, can we take that in under planning as a matter of material consideration?
So there's clearly an expansion took place here, and that's the retrospective element. Because of the expansion, I guess there's other operational requirements that kicked in. One being the need for a extended loading bay. The scheme should be considered as a whole. The proposal as it's submitted and in front of members tonight, and I guess the expansion of the loading bay area is there to facilitate the controlled expansion or growth of this business. And yes, I mean it's a consideration.
Okay. Actually, I think I'll leave that there for a second. Thank you, Chair.
I'm just considering how long do they have to do all the adjustments that they're prepared to make? How long in timescale do they have? Because obviously it's affecting everybody now. So do we put that as a condition?
So that's a very good question, and it's a very complicated question. So thanks for that. And so the how long depends on the requirement and the condition. So there's a whole raft of conditions recommended, starting on page 63. So some of the, like for example, the highways conditions, they are predominantly prior to commencement of any demolition works. They need to provide X, Y, and Z or more details in terms of the access. There's a need to provide visibility displays before they can start using the extended loading bay. There's a requirement to provide that precise details of the new priority junction that needs to happen before any demolition. And that needs to be approved in writing and in fact implemented before the first practical use of the loading bay extension. So these triggers are very carefully worked out to ensure that the remainder of the expansion happens in a controlled way, and to ensure that these critical things that's so important for pedestrians and highway safety are there, implemented, agreed, signed off before the loading bay extension is completed. Then we have landscaping conditions. There's certain triggers imposed on those, and we also have there will also be a section 106 legal agreement if members agree to approve planning permission tonight, and there's various triggers stipulated there as well. But on the whole, quite a lot of things needs to be submitted prior to commencement of any works on the loading bay extension and the SUDS feature and the new ditch along the southern boundary.
I'm very concerned about the entrance and the exit of the building because it's very narrow there. We noticed that in the coach, just getting the coach in, getting vehicles in, as it has a garage at the beginning of it. So concerned about that, definitely, before anything happens.
Ultimately, there's two elements to this. One is the proposed works, and then we have the retrospective element as well. All those elements that would refer to the retrospective part would, in effect, apply straight away. The proposed elements kick in primarily as set out in the conditions in respect of the loading bay, and the improvements are kind of based on that as a trigger for the majority of the conditions set out. We think we've got the right timing there. Obviously, in your debate, you may consider other timings may be more appropriate, and we would be happy to advise you further on that.
Right, councillors, people are putting some arms up now. So what I was going to say, I think we've had an hour and a half of this. So can you now develop something, please? And I've got Councillor Harris, Councillor Alexander, all indicating that they would like something else. Can you get it to a question so we can move on, please? I'll take Councillor Harris first, and then I'll take Councillor Alexander.
Thank you. I just would like you to go back to the picture that you had on there of the site, and you toggled between the two maps, two photographs. Okay, so if we go back to the first one, that's it. Right. Okay, so that was the original site. And if I recall from last time, I think that the expansion happened during COVID, and largely because, and if I remember what the gentleman said last time, was because obviously all on lockdown, the deliveries and delivery companies, it just went through the roof, and companies such as Pallet Plus, we're in huge demand. So rightly or wrongly, they have developed the site to, now go at the other one, to that. And that's what's in here for the retrospective approval tonight. So if this committee turns that down tonight, what are the implications for the extra land and the concrete slab, etc., that's there, and for the operation there? Are we really saying that enforcement could decide to enforce that and say you do not have permission and you can no longer need that or use that, and you have to remove the concrete? Is that what we're saying?
Again, it depends on the reasons for refusal put forward, and also if this application is refused tonight, obviously there will be a decision notice issued, and the applicant will have a right to lodge an appeal, and that may well put all enforcement proceedings on a hold until that appeal is decided. If they don't appeal, then the matter of enforcement action is a decision to be taken by, I guess, the relevant team leader of that team in consultation with the service manager. And there's various tests, that feeds into that decision. And I think it's at this point that I'm going to hand over to my service manager to maybe elaborate on that.
I don't have much to add to that really, other than in stricter sense, then yes, enforcement action is a possibility to take forward on the basis that the expanded area as it stands is unauthorized development that needs planning permission. Ultimately, as my colleague has said, that the refusal reason to a degree will dictate our judgment on the degree of enforcement action and necessity of how much removal that might consist of. But that's not a judgment before us at this point. The judgment is the merits of the application before us.
Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. I do apologise for delaying this any longer, but we have had a very long debate. You're correct, Chair, and what the officers have given us is the most excellent report. And what would we have done without invaluable help of Councillor Scott helping us from the rear? Are we back? Can we get into debate now? Is that acceptable? Okay, fine. Okay, right. My debate is quite simple. As the fact is that here we have a situation where nobody seems to actually want this application here, and would much prefer to be somewhere else. That appears to be the way I see this, is that the actual applicants themselves are desperate to move away from where they are, but they're stuck in this they're stuck in the carousel where they cannot move around because of the financial constraint to which they spoke about this morning, and you agreed now becomes a material. Okay. Oh, yes, that's much better. But debate length or not, we are talking about the employment of 96 people plus the misery that all this is inflicting upon the locals. Everything must be taken into consideration. It's here before us, this group, to make this decision. And this is a far from an easy decision to make, because I can see this on every side. There is a future, I believe, Chair, the coming of the Freeport. This would be an excellent business to place in the Freeport, simply because it has the correct material to get it moving from the port. I'm not sure what to do at this moment. I'm really in quite a dichotomy, because I can see plainly both sides of this argument. So I would look for some guidance.
Yeah, I concur with Councillor Alexander. I'm finding this quite difficult. Hope for that crystal ball, because ever the optimist, I hope that there is a new site that's been identified and that the balls are rolling in that direction. But we can't be sure, can we? Because that would at least give the residents there some relief that it's only going to be for a short while. And yeah, I wouldn't like works going on behind my house sort of during the night. But again, as Councillor Alexander said, we've got Freeport coming. We've got 96 jobs already to protect. We may get some more. If they find the right location, who knows how many more? How do we decide on this one?
Thank you. I think one of the speakers said, wrong business, wrong place. I think they got it half right, because I think it's the right business, it's just in the wrong place. And I think as councillors, one of the things that we have to do as well is to consider and support local businesses. And I would, very much like to see this local business expand, take on more jobs, and be successful in tendering. And we want to keep and retain this business in tendering. So I think that is my sort of starting position on this. Jobs change people's lives. As chairman, I go around the district and see various different types of communities that we have all within the district, and jobs would make a huge difference to people and families. So I'm always supportive of local business. However, I always like to do a little sort of chart here, and with any application, there's always harm versus benefit. And if I first look at the benefits are 96 jobs, I think, plus 50 potential new jobs. The economic local benefit, the benefits to the business as well, being there and supporting the new Freeport, which will expand over the next, 10, 20, 30 years. And, who knows how big this business can actually get. But it is a success story in tendering for business. There's no doubt about that. Then we look at the harm. Noise, potential road safety, fumes, light pollution. It's in a rural, small village location. It's in a residential area. There's got lots of vehicle movement. I mean, I used to work on trucks many moons ago, so I know the noises and the hissing and the beeping of reversing vehicles and the air brakes and all sorts of things. They can be noisy vehicles. The hours of work can also be problematic for the local population as well. So this is, as my colleagues have said, this is a really difficult decision. I think if we were to turn this down, I think, to be honest, I think it would be farcical for our enforcement to turn around and say you can't use this plot of land and you've got to start tearing it up. I think that would be the wrong thing to do. The best thing to do is to support the business, but also to support the residents in every way possible by putting conditions that minimise the effect of the vehicles going to and fro the site, and also facilitate the smooth, quick exit from this site, which is what the business wants, and it's also what the residents want. So, you know, with that in mind, you know, I would like to propose acceptance. However, and I just want guidance on this, because I know what you're saying, it would be very, very difficult. But is there a situation where the owners of the site and our officers, senior officers in planning, can get their heads together to work out and thrash out a condition where you know, a time limit, some sort of time limit is proposed to help the exit? You know, I think that's sort of really where I sit at the moment. And if there's any input officers or my colleagues can give, I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Yes, that is a proposal, and I must admit, I haven't asked for a seconder, but I'd be happy to second it. My worry is this time. How long does it go on for? So I'm going to say, can the officer give us some indication of the time that it should be completed in?
Can I respectfully ask for 5 minutes to discuss the matter with the solicitor? I think we need to work out whether we can advise you that there is a legal, lawful, and reasonable condition and what or other in respect of a restriction of time, to give a kind of time limit before we say this comes to an end. Can you give us 5 minutes to have that conversation? Because I must admit, my experience says not done that before in that way. So bear with me.
Can I just add that, you know, just to add to the uniqueness of this as well, the applicant is also nodding his head in agreement. So I think you'd be pushing against an open door in this situation.
I am, but unfortunately, I get in trouble with the fact that applicants can say all sorts of things and want to agree all sorts of things, and I have to still judge them to be reasonable planning matters that mitigate the burden of the development and not are suited as betterment only.
5-minute break anyhow, during which time we'll see whether we can come up with some solution. Thank you. Right, colleagues, I do apologise for the long delay. It's a tricky one, but nevertheless, we broke so that the officer could have a look at whether it is feasible or not to put some form of time delay on this. So I'm going to ask John just to, planning manager, just to try and sum up, and then we'll go back and see if the proposer and the seconder are happy with the suggestions for it to go ahead. So, yes, please.
So thank you for your time. I discussed the idea of what form of time restriction could we reasonably impose on this development, given the concern of the harm of the locality or neighbouring amenity. And because you have an existing lawful use in part of the site, and this proposal is for the expansion of that site, we were discussing how reasonable it might be to impose a form of temporary consent, with all other respects of the application going ahead, but a temporary constraint on the expanded proposed expansion area. We appreciate it's already there because it's been built, but in terms of the area that is not lawfully there, so the expanded area. And if we were to do that, how we would go about that, how long a time frame would we be considering? And of course, if we did something like that, when we get to the end of that time frame, you would end the use, but how you would then deal with the remaining concrete and landscaping that has taken place. The conclusion is we don't think we can reasonably do that because the position you would impose on the applicant could be construed to be unreasonable and may affect the viability of their operation in the context of that condition. My suggestion, if you wanted us to pursue that further, would be that we would need to go away and actually have that conversation with the applicant, because we would have to reconfigure the proposal before us to essentially form some form of hybrid application that deals with the lawful area that has establishment of use and the expanded area, and we would have to rework all of the conditions and the 106 agreement to ensure that we can distinguish between the two in terms of the conditions and make sure there would be a plan that the things can be undone if necessary in the future if there was a temporary element involved. But again, I would not be advising anyone to go forward on that basis unless we had the entire cooperation of the applicant, because we would need to discuss the judgment of whether that is a reasonable condition to impose and would affect the viability of the business to what extent. Because ultimately we could go to all of this and then we impose something, and of course you can appeal conditions as much as you can appeal decisions. So we would want to be looking at the risk for the authority in respect of that proposal. That's one option. The other option is to consider the proposal as set out before you and as recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you for obviously giving that great consideration there. And I understand the complexities of trying to potentially unpick an approval in maybe 2 years' time once everything else has been installed, etc. I can understand. I haven't got all the answers. I'm just sitting there thinking, well, what would be movable without changing physical things? And the thing that potentially is easily movable is the operations of working. And I'm not sure that we would be in a position to make a decision on that today, and it might be advisable to go away and speak with the operator. But if, for instance, the operation says, look, you can't operate between 9 and 4 in the morning, which is an improvement of where we are today. But in 2.5 years' time, whatever that is, you've committed to moving. If that hasn't happened, your operation hours will drop, I don't know, 9 till 5 or whatever it is during the day. I'm mindful that there's two things that I'm considering. One is that I want to support the business in every way possible. As I said, this is a success story. We want to see them expand. We want to see them develop. We want to see them move off site and expand further, which is what the residents are. And I'm also very, very mindful of the concerns of the 2 parish councils and the ward councillors and the, even more importantly in all of that, other local residents. And it's trying to come to an agreement really that keeps everybody happy. So I don't know, is it possible that the working times could be looked at and that pulled rein back in if the operator is still there in 5 years' time, then clearly there's been something gone wrong somewhere. The owner said that he's going to commit to move. So I don't know whether you can answer that now or whether that's something that you need to go away and we defer this matter.
So if we were to go away, not wanting to remind members of this, but there's an election coming up, so we're not quite sure who might or may not be here when we come back, but that's a different issue. And I suspect we'll come back in June if we did need to return. I think you've got to look at it in 2 ways. What you're suggesting is you give them something, but if something doesn't work, it reduces down, or we preempt a reduction of hours or preempt a way of controlling the site further. I think what I was talking about was taking the physical expansion and allowing it for a temporary period of time to see what harm that does. And if it does harm and the return application to renew the temporary or to consider full comes forward, we would have evidence during that temporary period of time to understand the impact further. They're subtly different in respect of what we are talking about here. My concern, we're trying to preempt controls that trigger to be something else, is how you would judge them to be need to change, how you would make any kind of, that would be a very complicated mechanism, and equally how we are guessing how that may affect the business in the future or the applicant, or prejudging what the harm may have been. I can't take a crystal ball and guess what that may happen. So I don't think we can possibly do that in condition terms. I think you are safer to consider whether or not this proposal, as it stands before you, either causes material harm to the amenities of neighbours, as you've heard today, or doesn't, in terms of whether you think it's sufficient to warrant refusal. If it does cause harm in your mind as a material consideration, do you have sufficient mitigation to remove that concern? Is there possible other things to consider that we've talked about? But if not, you need to decide to refuse or approve it. I think we're straying into redesign of the entirety of the application if we take this further.
Right. Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Joe. I was prepared to second this. And I'm still in mind, because I'm a little confused as to where we're going now with the actual proposal. I I agree that the officers should go away, and there should be some discussion through hybrid and hybrid application. That I can go along with fully. I like the idea of it, but we're losing sight of the fact is that before us is an application, and we've always been taught, especially from our legal side, is to we look at each application on its merit. And that's what I'm looking at now, the merit of this application and the implications it would have not only for a business, but also for the residents that live around that businesses and quite rightly are suffering. So I'm happy to second any proposal that is put forward to this committee, as long as it understands that whether or not we approve or reject, they can still trade in the same way, and the problem is not going to go away. My view is that because of this land shortage and the way that people are moving about at the moment, the only way to do it is to give this permission, let them do this canopy, build their reserves, and then move on to a more idyllic site. I think it's the quickest way forward, because otherwise they could be trading there ad infinitum, and the problem will only exacerbate. However, I would say that, in my opinion, that the company should have a stronger liaison with the people and understand the needs of the people and speak on a regular basis and try to mitigate any incidents that come up. But I fall back on my sword, which is you guys over there, the officers.
You were the original proposer, and you drew out very well the balance of harm versus good, etc. But I do feel that we've got to make a positive decision. It's not one of those that tonight we can fend off and defer or do anything like that. We have heard the applicant saying that he does want to get off the site. I know your view, and my view is exactly the same, that I think that there should be a time limit. The officers have said it isn't really feasible to do, and perhaps what we did last time was wrong. You will remember we gave them X months to change the site, and they haven't been able to do it. They've got somewhere apparently towards changing it, but still not right. So are you prepared to let the application go, provided that the traffic management plan, the office comes down, and trying to think of the sundry other items that we've brought up, provided they're in, and I think they are in the conditions, but I shall want confirmation of that definitely first. And are you prepared still to propose it?
Chairman, I am troubled by this decision. This is not a straightforward decision. And, you know, the harm versus benefits, there is not one single side. It is finely balanced, this one. Of course, we want to support the business. Of course, we want to support jobs. But there are so many issues. You know, it's the right business in the wrong place. Even the business owner has said it's in the wrong place, really, or he wants to move from there. And, you know, I would prefer, if I'm honest, because this is such an important decision for residents in that area, to defer this, to give the opportunity for officers to enter discussions with the operators. And if the owner has details of where he's going and confirm up those plans, then maybe that will change things. I'm only going on what the information that I have in front of me, and you know that if that is the case, then that would be very disappointing that we haven't had that information put in front of us. but we can only go on the information that we've got. So I'm troubled with making this decision, and I ask my colleagues to input into that. And Councillor Alexander in particular, who's second.
I'm sorry to say I'm not clear on the reason for deferral. We are to, as officers, have a conversation with the applicant to discuss what, in the context of looking at a temporary arrangement of the part of the site. Is that because of what I've obviously put forward earlier, in terms of trying to find a way for them to find an alternative site, that is a marketing decision, and whether we have that information or not in terms of they've got other places to go is not planning in the context of we have to deal with this application on its material merits. So you're looking for us to consider a revised proposal to incorporate part of the site for a temporary period of time, so that we can understand the harm of that area over time and reconsider another time in that context. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And I think your words were you can go away to come back with a hybrid proposal.
Yes. Okay, so you're accepting that proposal. I'm just trying to make sure they're the same proposal. Thank you.
Right. So we have a seconder for the conditions as spelled out on page 62 and the conditions on 63, etc. But I don't have a firm proposal. Do I take it that that is a condition to defer or not? Defer?
To defer.
Right, we've got a proposal to defer. Do I have a seconder for deferment then, please?
Yes, Chair, I'll go along with that as long as it's brought back.
You're seconding deferment for officers.
Would you repeat that, please?
We now have a proposal for deferment to allow the officers to further discuss with the applicant. But and I'm asking, do I have a seconder for that? I do have one, right. So we can move on from that. Does anybody wish to make any comments? No. Right, then I'll take a straightforward vote. It'll be a hands up vote. For those sitting on the fence, I've got a proposer and a seconder. And those in favour of deferment, please show. Right, and those against deferment, please show. So that move is now lost. So I'm waiting for a further proposal. And if there isn't one forthcoming, I can propose that with the recommendation on page 62 and the conditions and the missing items on the traffic management report and the condition which says before any work is done, the front building will be demolished. That's the proposer. Now, do I get a seconder for that? I now have a seconder for that. Yes. Right, so you now know what you're voting for. In that case, we'll do it with show of hands again. Those in favour of the recommendation plus those two items, please show. 1, 2, 3. And those against? 2. In that case, the condition on page 62 is now approved. Sorry to everybody else. It has been a very long debate, and as you can see, the committee have had a terrible job trying to sort it out, but it's now approved. Thank you very much. There will be a short intermission whilst those not wishing to hear the next tricky one can clear, and we'll move on from there, and we'll bring the other people who are sitting in the other room in. Yes. Now the next application.
What are we doing about the next one?
Yeah, well, we're going to play it as per what's written,
Right.
but I should be asked a question. The first question is, seen the report of the insurance company. However, do we have an independent?
Yeah.
Application number 23408. It's an unusual one. It's a TPO on a tree in Stones Green Road, Tendring. And I believe I'm right in saying Mr. Yarsma's, oh no, I think planning manager's got this one. I do beg pardon.
Thank you, Chairman. So this application, it would normally be dealt with by our tree officer, but I'm taking that forward tonight. So ultimately, very quickly, you have been on site, you have seen the tree, and the proposal is to fell the oak tree. So in terms of the application, there's not much to it. We are presented with the plan showing the location of the tree to be felled. as shown on screen. And obviously, I'm not going to repeat much here other than you've seen the tree on your visit today, and we have various photos from different angles of the tree on screen. And that is essentially it for the presentation, only to go on to the conclusion, which is that so ultimately this is an application to fell the oak. It's situated on land where ownership is unknown, but any approval of the application doesn't exempt any need for permission of the landowner, and that would be a separate private matter in that respect. The proposal before us is supported by evidence to show that the tree is the primary cause of subsidence-related damage to the nearby dwelling. The evidence shows that tree roots are present beneath the soil of the foundations, and the level monitoring report demonstrates that damage to the dwelling is in a cycle, meaning that the cracks open in the summer as the soil dries around it, and in the winter they close up again when rehydration occurs. This is a clear indication that the tree is implicated in the damage to the dwelling. The issues raised in the report obviously comment on the representations objecting to the proposal to fell the tree, and they highlight the amenity value of the tree, the ecology benefits, as well as its importance culturally and contribution to saving carbon. But the representations, in our opinion, do not represent any firm evidence that the tree is not the cause of the damage to the dwelling. But the objections are addressed in full in the report. If the application is approved, then the tree will be felled and repairs to the dwellings will be facilitated and funded. It is assumed by an insurance company. If the application is refused, the council will likely receive a claim for compensation. There will be legal costs as well. The Town and Country Planning Tree Preservation of England Regulations 2012 includes provisions for the payment of compensation in cases such as these, so the issue is fully integrated into the tree reservation order system and a material consideration in that respect, and we recommend this is given significant material weight. The tree was there first, the house was second, built in accordance with the standards that applied at the time, but the tree reservation order came after the house, and the evidence is now that the damage has occurred. It is recommended that consent to be granted for felling of the tree, and a replacement planting of a long-living but smaller species of tree is secured by planning condition. In this case, our recommendation is a field maple. This would be an acceptable species and recommended in your late papers. Trees are living things and each have their time eventually. In this case, it will be replaced, and a new tree will eventually replace the amenity and benefits of this one, be it over a long time. And that is the recommendation before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now then, we have our speakers. Member of the public speaking against the application, Jennifer Spears. I have the right person appearing on both applications.
Thank you very much. But yes, as I was saying, I live in Tendring Village, but I work for Freighting Parish Council, so that's why I'm here for both applications. Did you know that oak trees can support as many as 2,300 various species, which includes 326 different ones that depend on the oak tree for their survival, and 229 distinct ones that are very rarely found on any other type of tree? Every bit of the oak has value, from the top of the canopy to the tip of the roots, and the older the tree, the more ecosystems that it supports. In our current climate, where we are in the midst of a biodiversity crisis, with 1 in 10 woodland species in the UK on the brink of extinction, how can it be justified that such an integral part of an ecosystem, which without the oak tree would collapse, can simply be cut down without other options first being looked into? These are the very reasons why Tendring District Council would have placed a tree protection order on this oak in the first place, the very essence of which is to preserve and legally safeguard trees which make a significant contribution to the amenity of an area, protecting them from being cut down, lopped, topped, or any other willful destruction. Therefore, we are asking you today to uphold your own policy and refuse this application, while other more viable options are looked into that help support not only the residents of the house, but the residents of the oak tree and the surrounding habitats that this oak tree supports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Councillor Nick Ribbon from Tendring Parish. Welcome, sir. And once you've got your microphone switched on and you're settled, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I would imagine members of the general public looking on us now will be wondering why we are all here discussing the fate of this magnificent oak tree, which is under the protection of a tree preservation order. But it seems as though protection such an order gives to a tree means little to an insurance company keen to maximise its profits. The tree in question is one of many oak trees on Stones Green Road in Tendring Village and is one of the largest in that area, around 50 feet high and well over 250 years old. This means it predates the Industrial Revolution, the battles of Waterloo and Trafalgar, and the French Revolution. It is currently in perfect health with no signs of disease, and as such, it would probably live another 500 years. The National Farmers Union Insurance Company claim this tree is responsible for the damage to Acorn Cottage is suffering from, as its roots have penetrated under the house. Well, of course, the roots are under the house. They were there at least 220 years before the house was even built. The real problem here is that Acorn Cottage was built far too close to the tree on foundations that were inadequate for that site and situation, as shown by the applicant's own soil investigation report. I worked for 40 years in the construction industry, 5 of them for structural engineers who dealt with subsidence claims. I hold a higher technician certificate in civil engineering, and from experience, the only permanent solution to protect this house is underpinning the existing foundations or some other form of ground stabilisation technique and the construction of a root barrier. What NFU proposes a cheaper solution, removing the tree, filling a few cracks in the hope it will stabilise the situation, but this is unlikely to solve the problem, and in the future they will have to come back and do the job properly. The threat faced by Tendring District Council is that if they refuse this application and uphold the TPO, the NFU will likely take them to court in an attempt to recover the additional cost of the work they would then be required compared to their cheaper solution. They state the additional cost of work circa £90,000, but this is completely unevidenced and likely exaggerated to maximise the council's potential loss. It's a form of corporate coercion intended to persuade TDC to back down. It's not as though removing the tree is the only option, it's just the one the NFU would rather take to minimise costs. There are many more modern methods to stabilise buildings, like resin pressure injection in the ground and sheet piling root barriers that are far cheaper, less invasive, and produce nearly zero CO2. Nearly 60 local residents have objected to this application. I encourage the Planning Committee to take a stand to protect this tree, preserve our local and wider environments, our non-woodland ecosystems and habitats, and then flora and fauna they support. As you talk about in this very document I got with my council tax this morning, and I would like you to reject the application. Thank you.
We'll let's have a look. Sorry, I slipped. We've got the ward councillor, no less, who knows his way around this place. So, welcome, councillor.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, you will be pleased that I only have 5 minutes to speak. Firstly, I would like to thank TDC officers for listening to my request to call this application before the Planning Committee tonight, as trees do not currently fall into the member call-in scheme, which is something I would like to change in the next administration. The point I made was that I firmly believe that this decision is of an enormous public interest and will have huge ramifications for trees with TPOs all over our district in future years. This may well set a precedent. The fate of a magnificent 250-year-old oak tree is in the hands of my colleagues, or the 5 committee members sitting here tonight. So let's look at the facts. The house, ironically named Acorn Cottage, was built long after the tree was planted there. The latest built just 30 years ago. Nobody seems to know who the land the tree is actually on. It is not TDC land, nor is it owned by the owners of Acorn Cottage. So who would be liable for the costs? Why would it fall onto TDC when they don't own the tree or the land? And in fact, it is unregistered land. We have heard from Councillor Nick Rippon, who is a qualified civil engineer who has worked in the construction industry for 40 years and for 5 years dealt with subsidence claims. He stated that there is an alternative, permanent solution to this problem. His statement certainly brings into question what the insurance company are proposing. The tree has a tree protection order placed on it by TDC because the tree is highly important to the local area in terms of ecology, environmental and historical value. Plus, aesthetically, it is a wonderful specimen. Tendring Parish Council do not want to cut this tree down. Tendring residents do not want to cut this tree down. TDC themselves do not want to cut this tree down. And myself, as ward councillor for Wheeley and Tendring and current chairman of TDC, also does not want to cut this tree down. The owners of the property Acorn Cottage also do not want to cut it down. And in fact, they are highly upset about this whole situation they have been thrust into the middle of by their insurance company. What they want is a permanent guaranteed solution. They want the house underpinned, which will cure the problem once and for all. The new occupiers knew of the subsidence before moving in, so I presume so did the surveyors and the insurance company, thus accepting the risk. Why are we being presented with the idea only TDC are liable? So who does want to see this magnificent 250-year-old oak tree cut down? It is the insurance company, which I am being told by the owners of Acorn Cottage is NFU, who are sitting behind a broker and Property Risk Inspection Limited. And why do they want to cut it down? It's all about money. It seems from the outside world that they want to take the cheap, easy option with no guarantee of success. Some may conclude that the insurer cares more about profit than they do about their customers, the people of Tendring, or the environment. Is it corporate greed? Is it blackmail? In my opinion, it is quite shameful what the insurer are pressuring TDC to do. The NFU are a large company with a good reputation. I urge them to stop, rethink what you are doing here. You could be about to ruin your reputation as word spreads around the country what you are doing to the environment in Tendring. 2019, this council and all the councillors sitting in this room here tonight voted to declare a climate emergency. And we committed to protect our environment and reduce the levels of carbon. I ask, did we mean it? How does this application fit in with our pledge to the people of Tendring? How can we possibly consider cutting down this magnificent tree? The life of a 250-year-old magnificent oak tree should be worth more than the £80,000 the insurer seeks to save. Committee members, this application is plainly wrong. I know it, you know it, TDC know it, the public watching know it, even the owners of the property know it. I ask the committee members to do the right thing to protect our trees, our environment for our children's future, and send a message that Tendring stands by our TPOs and turn down this application. Members, please refuse this application and send the insurer back to the drawing board. Thank you.
I'm going to ask the officer if he wishes to make any comments before we start the debate or questions. No? Well, I'm going to ask you, as usual, for questions. I'm going to start the ball rolling, if I might. I have to say I'm very sympathetic with the last speaker. But have we had this independently assessed that this is what's causing the problem? And I think if it were to go on any further, it's really the insurance company who took the insurance on, that if they didn't go out and see that there was a tree there, whether it is causing any problem or not. So have we had any independent valuation of that this is the right thing?
So the simple answer is we have a tree officer who's obviously very expert in these matters. He would have assessed the application as submitted and the evaluation that was submitted by the applicant. But the answer, no is the answer. We haven't specifically gone out independently to have a review of that information. So the answer is no, we haven't had it independently assessed.
We've heard from professionals tonight, and so my view would be that to be completely watertight, we ought to have a professional assessment on it. But I go to my fellow councillors. Councillor Guglielmi, questions really, if we can.
No, I totally agree with you, John. I think we ought to have an independent assessment of it all, because it doesn't belong to anybody. Who are we to make decisions when it doesn't belong to anybody and it's got a TPO on it? So who are we to make these decisions? How can we say to the insurance company, yes, we agree with your, because we don't know.
No. Councillor Fowler?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm certainly not in favour of having trees cut down, no matter what. But in this case, I've looked at all the evidence, and I have to agree with our chairman here, but regarding an independent view of whether or not this tree is actually causing these issues to this building, because I don't think we can make a decision on this TPO without that information. We need to be 100% certain before we make that decision, and I don't think we can at the moment, Chairman. So my view on that would be, when we come to the debate, that I would be happy to propose that we defer until we have such a report in front of us. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Alexander.
Thank you, Chair. I have to agree with my colleagues. I'm not 100% sure about the deferment. I'm thinking that over, or mulling it in my mind at the moment. If I may bring in something, or leading on from what one of our speakers so rightfully put up, is that in the flush, mature oak will take 500 litres of water, or 2,000 litres of water, I'm sorry, per day, 500 gallons a day from the soil and what's around it. But oak trees are quite unique, as they have a massive taproot. What you see above the ground almost certainly is mirrored 3 times under the ground. And that's where it gets its source from. All through our country is ley lines of water courses. It would appear to me that we're now talking about the balance of the life of this tree and cost, money. And this is what it's boiling down to. The aesthetics of this tree and what it brings to the residents in that village is priceless, and there's no price you can put on that. The tree, in my mind, should be preserved. I came here totally, there's no prediction on my mind. I wasn't predetermined in any way, shape or form, but listening to what the feeling of the committee is and what has been said, I'm now starting to think very strongly, because we have a theory that rain is free. Well, it isn't actually. If you wish to take water from this country, one human being per day is allowed to take up to 22,000 litres per day for their own personal use, which is not even anywhere near that this tree has taken. And they must obtain that from somewhere. Water appears from everywhere. From grass, they take water. Bushes, they take water. So the building, in my mind, when it was built in the first place, there was, as our speaker said, obviously they didn't take into consideration what was going on around them. We haven't seen any evidence before us of any engineer report or anything like that, no surveys on the damage. All we're looking at is whether we should be there. But finally, the main thrust of this is that we are talking about a piece of land where there is no known owner. Thank you, Councillor Giuliani. If I had a piece of land which I owned and somebody cut my tree down, I'd be most unamused. And I think to bring that here, to ask us to make a decision on somebody else's land that we have no control over, to cut it down, I'm sorry, I cannot go along with that one little bit. So I should be in favour of leaving the tree where it is.
I would go along with what my other councillors have said. I mean, it's been up for 250 years. It's got a preservation order on it. It's obviously, it's from the tree's point of view, it seems as though it's in the wrong place, but it is the right tree in the right place. It should stay there and it should be surveyed before it goes any further. And I'm not for cutting it down either.
Ownership or otherwise.
Yeah, I just wanted to just mention that the ownership of the land has obviously been raised a couple of times by members as a concern. So I just wanted to say that the application before you is for the consent to fail. The application can be made, as you know, like planning applications can be made in respect of land that you don't own. So even if it was approved by the council, the applicants couldn't just go onto somebody else's land and fell the tree without going through certain civil procedures, I would suggest. I don't know exactly what they would be, but you know, they would have to do, you know, get a court order, I would imagine, in order to actually, you know, enter the land and, you know, carry out the works. So I just wanted to clarify that point, that actually what you just need to consider is the application and not the means by which, if that was approved, that may be carried out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to respond, and thank you for your advice on that. My view on that is unchanged, I'm afraid. I still maintain that there could be somebody out there who actually owns that piece of land, however small and unimportant it might be. There could be some feudal lord sitting on the throne of glory who owns everything under the sun, including that piece of land, and there's a love of trees. One does not know at this moment, because we don't have crystal balls in our committee. There's no recommendation before us. There's nothing here. We're just working off what we know. I think the most important thing is that this, again, is all to do with finance, money. The fact is that this company, and I'm so shocked that who it is, the National Farmers Union, I'm absolutely shocked that their conservation premise is that they uphold tree preservation and work within planting. They've got their own programs, and yet we stand before us because of the money. They insured it. It's their responsibility, their liability. Underpin it, or whatever that gentleman said, and get it done, and just let's move on. But let's leave the tree alone.
Well, I'm getting a feeling that we're going to be minded to either continue with the TPO or possibly defer it. So I'm going to speak to Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chairman. As I said a little while ago about being 100% certain for the reasons for the removal of the TPO and then the possible removal of the tree, cutting the tree down, I would like to be, if we're going to look at this further, to be 100% certain that the cause of the damage to the property is the tree. And if I could ask the officer, are we able to obtain an independent report on that? Thank you, Chairman.
The answer is yes, we do know where to get an independent assessment, and the assessment would need to look at the tree and its effect on the property, and there's a degree of structural element that would need to be assessed as part of that as well. So it's tree and structure. We can go away and do that, and if that's where you wish to go. Ultimately, I'll try and maybe not to step too far here. If members were to refuse, ultimately there would be a tribunal, land tribunal process. We would have to provide evidence in any event. So what we're trying to do here is consider that first, which is a good way to go forward. So if you wish to defer it on that basis, I would be more than happy to carry out that instruction.
Right. Then, Councillor, you indicated you were willing to propose a deferment. Anybody else wish to talk on it? Yes.
I'll go along with the deferment. I'm happy to do that on behalf, but I'm wary of the precedent that we might be setting here, because if we come back with this, somebody down the road who has got a tree in their garden could make you go back onto this and say, well, it happened there, blah, blah, blah. We'll have our tree cut down as well. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration when it's done. It needs to be done by an arboreal expert, someone who understands trees and how they work. And the effect they have, but it also needs to have someone who can understand the ley line around it and any water courses. Because essentially, the onus of this, in my mind, still lays with the insurance company. It's their responsibility when they took on the claim. Now they're trying to put it down to a tree. What happens if they cut it down and it doesn't solve the problem?
I'd just like to come back and thank Mr. Pateman G for answering my question. And if we could go ahead with the deferment and the report, I'd be quite happy to propose that, because as my colleague Councillor Alexander has just said, that if the tree was cut down and we found out that it wasn't the cause of the damage to the property, so we need to be 100% sure. So I'm proposing deferment for a report survey on what whether it is the tree or not that's causing the damage. It is, if the tree is the reason for the damage to the property. Thank you, Chairman.
And Councillor Alexander has indicated that he is quite willing to second it. Just from my point of view, I think I'd dearly love to protect the TPO and say no, but that puts me in a predetermined position. And if it goes any further, we will need this professional advice. And so I will go along with the proposal, certainly. Do we need any more debate on it? The proposal is to defer. No. Should we put a time limit on that? Can they come back next meeting? Because we've got a horrible thing called an election coming up.
Yeah, because we
might have a completely different committee.
Yeah, there is that, and I'm unfortunately, because I'm going externally to get an independent, I would have to well, we'd have to go through a procurement exercise anyway to make sure we get the right one, and ultimately does what we want them to do. And I don't know how long they may take in respect to their work. So because that's a variable, I would be grateful for a reasonable amount of time if I have to have a time frame, but I would rather not, just as soon as possible. I think that the next meeting is April. I think that would be unrealistic. I hate to say it, we probably be looking at June, July at the minimum.
Was he shouting the trees for?
Yeah.
which said all meetings should finish at 9, unless the chairman wishes to extend it a bit further. Well, certainly, I think we will take, certainly as we'll carry on with your blessing. I've got to ask your blessing. We'll carry on till 10, but for various reasons, I think we'll call a halt to it at 10. So if you can keep things moving, I think we certainly should be able to get through A3, A4, and that only leaves A5, which was TDC are involved in that one. So let's push on, shall we? And this one will be Garfield Nurseries, Thorpe Road, Kirby. It's planning application 2202037 full. We saw it this morning. So yes.
Thank you, Chairman.
Miasma's got that one as well.
Thank you. Yeah, so this item concerns Garfield Nursery, and the proposal is for one dwelling in lieu of a previous prior approval for a one-bedroom conversion scheme, and this is a resubmission of a previously refused planning application. Now, in front of members tonight, you visited the site earlier today. There you go. That's the application site in red. It's got a relatively long access into the site of Thorpe Road. There's some circulation space included there, and then the existing building is located there in the kind of the far western part of the site. That is the building that benefits from the prior approval, change of use from a former agricultural building into a one-bedroom dwelling. The building in question is surrounded by stable buildings to the west, south, west, and the north, as you can see there. These buildings do not form part of the application site. That's the proposed block plan. The new dwelling will slightly overlap with the existing building to be demolished. There's also the parking area, the parking space there, as well as the turning area. And the proposed building is single-story in nature, very restrained in its design, reminiscent of the existing building on site. The proposed facing materials will be black weatherboarding. It will be a barn-like structure, and it's still a single dwelling or one-bedroom dwelling, as you can see there, as per the floor plan. There is a slight increase of 13 square meters compared to the prior approval conversion scheme. So the building will be slightly bigger in terms of footprint. There is a comparison table set out in the report as well. Moving on to photographs, that's the existing accessway. You've seen it today. This is standing close to the, the turning into the site, and where the turning area and the parking space will be, looking back towards Thorpe Road. This is standing on site directly in front of the building, to the south of the building, looking in a northwestern direction. This is the stable buildings to the north of the site, and some more buildings to the west of the site. So the subject building is just on to the right of picture. There's no formal updates insofar as the update document is concerned, but there's one verbal update, and that is that the recommendation is subject to the subject to paragraph 1.6 in the committee report. However, there's one slight change to condition 9, which is on page 117, and condition 9, bullet point 1, is proposed to fall away because that requirement is not considered to be enforceable. So it's as per the it fails to meet the enforceability test in the MPPF. So just to be clear, The first bullet point of condition 9 seeks the agreement of provision to adhere no more than 105 litres per person per day. So we're basically just saying the recommendation is subject to that condition, but without bullet point 1. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now we've got the agent, Molly Foley. Yes, welcome. And once you're happy, got your microphone on, then you have 3 minutes. That's it.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, councillors. This application involves the erection of a replacement dwelling at Garfield Nurseries. The council approved a scheme to convert an agricultural building into a dwelling at the site in March last year. This can be undertaken without any further prior approval by the council. In this instance, this forms a fallback position, which is recognised in case law as a significant material consideration when assessing a replacement new build dwelling. There have been no objections from any consultees, and the council's planning team are recommending approval. This is on the basis that the scheme before the committee is not materially different to the fallback position. The proposed new build dwelling overlaps with the extant permission, so there can be no doubt that the agricultural building will be demolished if this scheme is supported. It is proposed to clad the dwelling in black weatherboarding. Careful consideration has been given to the external materials and features to ensure the dwelling remains as barn-like as possible. Whilst there is a modest increase in floor area of 12 square metres, this has not altered the internal arrangement of just one bed space. The eaves height has remained identical to the existing barn, whilst the ridge height has a modest increase of 1.2 metres, and this is to provide an improved pitch. There are no concerns raised by the council in relation to any overlooking, loss of light, or impact on residential amenity, with the nearest residential property being over 130 metres away from the application site. The site is well screened from wider open countryside views, and there will be no trees or vegetation removed to enable the development to take place. A modest 75 square metre garden area has been suggested to ensure the domestic paraphernalia is kept to a minimum. Finally, I would like to raise a concern with condition 9 relating to water, energy and resource efficiency measures for the lifetime of the development, to which we are in discussions with the council's planning manager. Whilst I'm not opposed to a condition to meet the wider aims of the government to improve the efficiency of these matters, this condition is unlikely to meet the tests of reasonableness and necessity set out in the NPPG. I also have doubts over its enforceability. It also seems pertinent to note that this condition has only been applied by the council to applications for residential development submitted by Stanfords. I trust you will take this into consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now we've got Councillor Nick Turner. Of course, Councillor Turner is appearing tonight as a member of Frinton and Walton Town Council.
Good evening, Chairman. Good evening, fellow members and officers. I'm speaking on behalf of the Town Council of Frinton and Walton. The Council unanimously voted against this proposal. It is considered backland development. Nowhere in the report in front of you could I find reference to LP8, backland residential development, or reference to little b, undue disturbance to neighbouring properties, see letter from neighbour, or a long or narrow driveways will not be permitted. E, the site must not be on the edge of a defined settlement where likely to produce a hard urban edge or other form of development out of character in this particular setting. F, the proposal must not be out of character with the area or set a harmful precedent for other similar forms of development. This application achieves all of that, plus is outside the settlement boundaries, not on the same footprint, and is 25% bigger. The only reason you are considering this is that it's being judged under Class Q1. after planning was granted for a similar application under this class. As of last week, we received 2 appeal decisions on change of use for redundant farm buildings, namely Bonds Farm, Holland Road, Little Clacton, and Pestles Farm, Hall Farm, Crow Lane, Wheeley. Both were for conversion of agricultural building into a dwelling. Both were dismissed. The conclusion on the Bond Farm is this. Whilst the existing building may be structurally sound and physically capable of conversion, significant and transformative building operations would be required to the extent that very little of the original building would remain. Within the context of the necessary building operations would not comprise a conversion for the purposes of Class Q. The proposal is therefore not permitted development. The application before you isn't even a conversion, but a brand new build, larger and not on the same footprint outside the settlement boundary, and comes under Class Use C3. When judged under that, it is a definite no-no. As to a fallback, that must be to the previous permission granted and for the legal beagles to come to a decision. Tonight, committee, you have this application and a decision to make. Please refuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in line with previously, I'll ask the officer if he's got anything to add at this present moment.
Yeah, Chairman, I might as well. So the reference was made to those 2 recent appeal decisions. They were both for Class Q applications, i.e. the prior approval, the first step in this in this sort of process that we've become quite used to now. So there are 3 things to take into account there with those 2 appeal decisions. The first thing is, I think we're learning all the time, but the key difference there is those were different buildings, different sites, and it's a Class Q. They are Class Q decisions. The building in question is quite different in that at the time of the prior approval application for this one in front of members, officers' view was that the building is structurally sound, capable of conversion, and we made a decision based on the information and evidence available to us at the time. That decision has been made. It's a material consideration of considerable weight, as set out in the report. Put plainly, a dwelling is on its way here, whether it's in the form of a conversion or a new build. And the proposal in front of members tonight is for a very, very slight increase in footprint and in reach height. The building design is still, to our minds, reminiscent of a barn-like building that is certainly, in our opinion, going to sit comfortably in this context, as well screened from the road. And then lastly, sorry, I just need to add in terms of the prior approval decision on this application, officers judged the existing building to be suitable for conversion to residential use. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So, councillors, questions, please. We have Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to question the officers. One question: is there anything inaccurate with regarding our policies that was read out by Councillor Turner with regard to this application?
Sorry, what's the question? Is there anything inaccurate about the policies read out?
Was what he said accurate? Let me put it
yes,
that way.
Absolutely.
It was.
Policies LP, sorry, LP8 does refer to backland residential development, although in this case you have to take into account the driveway already essentially exists. So you have to weigh up all those considerations. But the we know this is a departure from policy because we advertise it as such, and it's before you. What we are talking about here, which was alluded to in the conclusion of the councillor's speech there, was that we are looking at the material consideration of the fallback position as given significant weight, and therefore we accept that there is policy conflict, and there is possibly more than one policy conflict, but we are considering that we will get a building here in one form. And what we're looking at, in our opinion, it's reasonable to look at that as a principle being set. And what we're looking at is an alteration to the design, and whether or not that alteration, be it a new build, is acceptable in this locality, and in terms of its visual harm or what have you it might be. I will also just point out with regard to the first speaker, the representing the agent, there is a ongoing dialogue in respect of the planning condition number 9. We have considered their complaint, and as a consequence of that, that is why we've removed part of that condition, which refers to water per person, because it's duplicated in building regulations. So therefore it's unnecessary for that to be there. However, we do not have an agreement in respect of the rest of the condition in terms of its reasonability and enforceability. But of course, that is not for you to consider. Well, you are to consider whether you think that the condition is reasonable and enforceable and so on. That is in your remit. But I would just be aware that that complaint is going on. That would be a separate matter for us to consider.
Thank you. We're short for time, so I'm going to go straight to the point, if I may. When the appropriate times to come, I'd like to propose refusal. My view is that this is inappropriate. And I think that our policies need to be adhered to. If there is in a new local plan, I don't think this is an appropriate development. Thank you.
I'd like to get some clarification, if I may, on this Class Q. What we have before us is a demolition new build. Does this fall within that Class Q?
Class Q allows the conversion of former or existing agricultural buildings to residential, subject to criteria. This is now a step further. So they have secured a Class Q permission, and this is now a full planning application for the demolition of the agricultural building, and the erection of a new one-bedroom dwelling in lieu of the prior approval. So what we've done here is we've assessed. Our starting point is always the development plan. So we've assessed it against the provisions of the development plan. And we are very clear in the report that there's a conflict. There's a conflict with our settlement hierarchy policy. However, there's a prior approval in place, the Class Q conversion, and that is a material consideration of significant weight for the reasons set out in the report. And that material consideration, to our minds, decisively swings it in favour of approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Right. So does the Class Q still stand, even though this is what I'm trying to get to? If in this case, because you're saying it's a prior consideration, does that consideration go now to the new proposal of removal and a new build?
Okay, the Class Q is designed to allow, under permitted development, the change of use of agricultural buildings of any shape and size to a limit to become a dwelling. And once you've gone through the prior notification process to let us know, we think this is definitely one that hits that criteria, and we look at that criteria, and ultimately it gets their prior approval to be a dwelling. And that is what we now have. So we now have the permitted development of this property to become a dwelling as a clear, significant, and I'm not going to underline this any further than I have previously, because ultimately it is fundamental. It has been tested in case law to an nth degree that is a significant material consideration that you have to take into account, because it essentially sets up the principle of development in this location at this building as established. What you have now in front of you is an application that says, okay, we want to demolish that building instead and have a new building, but you need to consider that if we don't have this new building, which isn't much bigger or much different to what we had, you will end up potentially with the one they've already got prior approval for. That's, in a nutshell, is what is the harm of this proposal, in a sense, compared to what they could do under permitted development.
So the principle of this is sound in that I picked that up, because I was going to move on to the long and narrow drive and the statement made by Councillor Turner. How can we possibly move on to that, and where does that fit in here now?
The prior approval process allows you to have consideration on a restricted criteria. Highways is one of those criteria. Whether or not it's structurally sound to convert, as we've discussed before, is one of those criteria that's ticked off. Flooding is another criteria. So there's essential criteria that is already part of the prior approval process and established as acceptable. What we're talking about is that if this was a new dwelling set down a long driveway and considered to be backland development, you have a policy that resists that element of development. At the same time, you have a policy that says anything outside of the settlement boundary should be avoided as well. This is contrary, in effect, you could argue, to both of those policies. However, we are proposing this still to be approved because of the fallback position of the principle of a dwelling that would be in that location anyway as a permitted development, material consideration, permitted development, which would still be along the long driveway. So if I was to be facing an inspector to argue that one against the other, I think I'd be in a very difficult position, but that is our professional advice to you, to accept that this is contrary to your local plan in part. It is a departure. It has been advertised as such, but you have to weigh up all material considerations, and we are advised, and it's upheld in court, that the fallback position is a significant material consideration.
So finally then, Chair, if I may, just to make sure I've got this in my mind, by grace of the fact that most agricultural places are not set right on the main road, this Class Q takes into consideration that, and that by giving such permission, it also takes into consideration the long drives and what have you. You may get into the buildings.
No, I would say it probably doesn't take into account long drives. It takes into consideration highway safety concerns and highway matters. But I think if you were to look at it in a district-wide sense, most agricultural buildings are in the middle of fields or on long driveways or in out of reach places. And the government has specifically designed an allowance to allow these to become dwellings. So I think I would be very much pushing against the sea if I was to try and argue that point alone.
Okay, I agree with Councillor Harris. I also think that it's not on the same footprint, and the original building officers have said that they considered that sound. So why does it need to be knocked down unless they're going to build on the same footprint? and I'll be prepared to second the proposal to refuse it.
Thank you, Chair. The officer said that there is a fallback position, fine, and that the application of this build is not that much bigger. Well, I thought I heard it was 25% bigger. Is that correct? It's 25% bigger. So if that's correct, it's 25% bigger and it's not on the same footprint. So I think that that is unacceptable. And my view is still remains refuse this application. And if they go back to the fallback position, then so be it.
I agree with Councillor Harris. It almost seems to me that you have a Class Q building, you get planning permission for it, and then you don't like the size, but you don't like where it is, then it's easy to have it pulled down and you can plant, have another building somewhere else. I think that if you get the Class Q planning permission, you get planning permission for that building, then that's where it should be done, and that's what the Class Q means to me.
Endorse what's been said by the officers. Certainly, the building is bigger, but it's still overlapping at least the footprint of the old building. We saw the size of the old building, and to be quite honest, I don't think you could get even a one-bedroom property on the actual footprint. So I'm at the present moment minded to go along with the proposal, but I'll wait for other people. Nothing further? I'll test the water again if we're all sitting on the fence, and I'll say that I would. John, yes?
I'm not sure if we have a proposal. We do, okay. So to refuse it on what basis? Well, I would ask that what is the identified planning harm, if I may?
Well, I think that the development is inappropriate, and if Councillor Turner provides us with the policy numbers, then I'll go along with those.
Right, okay. So to be clear, when you say it's inappropriate, on what planning basis are you saying it's inappropriate?
Well, it's not on the same footprint, and
right.
I don't know how much of it actually sort of touches it or is on it, but it's not on the same footprint. It's 25% bigger. I don't think it's appropriate on those grounds, and I think that if they want to go back to the fallback position, then fine.
Okay. I consider this decision to be potentially a considerable risk to the council, and I would suggest, with respect, Chairman, that we seek to defer this to require full legal advice on this potential decision, on the basis that there are literally hundreds of applications, not just in this district, but across the country, that effectively deal with the fallback position in a very different way. There needs to be an assessment put forward for your consideration. And I would also say that in tendering alone, very few fallback and therefore replacement applications are on the same footprint. In fact, this one overlaps, which I was quite pleased to see. And the percentage increase is well and truly within the decisions that we have made to date in this district. We have a consistency issue that is a considerable risk should we go to appeal, and I would ask respectfully if we can seek to defer this so that I can seek council advice to come back to you specifically with, so that you can therefore take that decision forward on that basis, whether it is to refuse or approve.
So how big does a building have to be before it's not acceptable than the original? And how far away from the original footprint does it have to be?
Ultimately, the original prior approval had its own red line plan, and you are still, essentially for this one, still essentially within that. So that's one criteria you could use. The percentage is a percentage, but if you look at the size of this building, the percentage that you're adding to it is hardly much at all in respect of physical actual size. However, regardless of those merits, and I would accept that if you have concerns that the increase in size causes visual harm or visual amenity or would increase traffic to an undetrimental level, there are certain aspects there that I would certainly say I would advise you to go forward with. A pure just policy says, sorry, policy is being a departure from in itself is a very weak position to take an appeal. I need to understand what are the merits of the case that are being offended that I can argue if I was to have any chance for success at defending that position. And I think given the case law that would be mounted above me in respect of so many examples, especially in tendering, not least beyond tendering, for similar replacement dwellings, I would very much suggest we need to have because of course this is going to also, these applications are going to keep coming back to committee. There is a lot out there because this is a very popular route for people to get a house in the countryside outside the settlement boundary. So, and it's a route that has been provided by government in respect to the prior approval system. Whether that is morally we can say that's been taken the mickey out of or not is a different issue, but I have to deal with it in planning terms. And I really think we need to have a very clear understanding of what we can and can't do in respect of advice that I need to bring back to you. And I would respectfully ask if I'm given that opportunity.
Councillor Turner mentioned 2 planning appeals that have come out this last few weeks. And I've read them inside out. But to my way of thinking, because I was very pleased to see that the inspector was standing up against Clause Q. However, I have to say, in my honest opinion, it wouldn't stand up with this proposal. This is so much like the existing building. The buildings in question that he quoted were damn nearly fallen to pieces. These, although it's a different building, it is just overlapping the footprint. It isn't moving by much. And so I don't think it looks anything like the 2 appeals that we've just been talking about. I was very pleased to see them, but I don't think you could say the same on this one. I don't think it would stand up in appeal. In your hands, if you still, or Councillor Alexander wants to speak.
Yeah, just a thought. I was listening to Mr. Pateman G, and I could see that what he was looking for is a respite here to get this sorted out. Are we, I hate these things, but are we looking for, once again, some kind of a deferral so that we can get the legalities of all of this and bring it back to us so we've got everything before us?
The mention of the 2 appeals, I'm going to regret saying it this way, they are effectively red herrings because they are not dealing with what you're dealing with before you now. All of the Class Q applications that those appeals refer to, you never see because we deal with those as delegated decisions. Only do you see the replacement dwelling as a consequence of that prior approval because that element of it is the departure. Now, I would ultimately, I think if you saw the prior trouble is with prior approval part Q, we can't bring them to you to show you the entirety of the process from start to finish, because if we don't deal with those prior approvals in a certain time frame, they are deemed to be approved. So the government has very specifically designed the process to be a fast, efficient way to get houses in replace to convert from agricultural buildings that exist in the countryside already. So we are in this dilemma, and I think that is a confusion that perhaps needs a very specific examination of, that we can present to you, or indeed have a session on with you as part of training, because we do need for you to understand the full picture. Because at the moment, if we continue in this way, there is, in my opinion, and I can only give you my professional opinion, significant risk to the council on all of these decisions that will mount up.
To me, excuse me, my throat's playing up. In front of me tonight, I have a proposer and a seconder. Do you wish to either stick by that or revert it? Yes, Councillor Harris.
Chairman, I hear what our head of planning is saying, and based on his strong advice, I will withdraw my proposal. I'm not happy about it, really not, and I will still not be supporting this proposal, but I will withdraw my proposal.
Well, I don't like these kind of applications either, but what's done is done, and it's taken outside of our hands. So what else can we do but to say, I will propose that we approve it as laid out.
Thank you, Chairman. I've listened very carefully to everything, and Councillor Alexander, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. We don't really have much choice, do we? And there are many occasions when I'm sure we all sit here and wonder why do we have a planning committee? Because we end up where we are actually making a decision where we actually have no choice. I don't like it either. I don't suppose any of my colleagues do. So I will second your proposal, Councillor Alexander. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, if it didn't go out, that was approved. We move on to planning application. I look at the clock, 22-01603, Steam Mill Road, Bradfield. And I'm not sure whether Matthew's got this one. He has, right, so Mr. Lang, to explain it to us, please.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. This application relates to an existing care home in Bradfield, and the application is for the proposed extension of the care home to provide 7 new ensuite bedrooms at ground floor and first floor level. As I said, the application sites within the settlement of Bradfield. It's in the settlement boundary. As you can see from the plan, the extension will be located where the orange areas on the block plan. There's an existing access to Steam Mill Road at the south with parking to the front of the property. There's also an access onto Straight Road at the rear. As I said, the area is wholly residential in character. The aerial image of the site, as you can see, there's the parking area at the front of the property, which accommodates approximately 16 parking spaces. And then you have a further access off Straight Road, which accommodates a further 4 spaces for overspill purposes. There's existing mature vegetation running along the eastern boundary and part of the western boundary. There's views of the front of the care home, and you can see the space for the parking there, and you can see a recently constructed extension on the left-hand side, which accommodates an additional 2 bedrooms. You can see the original bungalow in the central area, and it's been extended to the rear and both sides. So a view of the northern boundary of the site with the property shared boundary with Sundown. This is the location the extension will be located in. If you're looking east, and again, you can see the existing building, this will be extended upwards. You can see mature vegetation on the eastern boundary of the site. This is a view at the rear of the property on the eastern side. This is the amenity space for the current residents. And again, you can see the provision of the mature hedgerow on that boundary. This is a view of the existing single-storey element that projects at the rear. This will be extended upwards. It will follow along the existing ridge line and will accommodate additional 5 bedrooms at the first floor level. The view looking back west along that northern boundary, and you can see Sundown, a bungalow in the distance there, and you can see the gated access onto Straight Road. So view looking west towards the rear of Elm Tree Cottage, which is the closest property to the development site, and again you can see that the rear boundary there's a zoomed in version. You can see the fencing on that shared boundary. This is a view looking back west towards the rear boundary of Elm Tree Cottage. So again, this is the element that will be extended upwards and then extended further towards the northern boundary. Again, this is a view looking north, and you can see the shared boundary of Sundown in the distance. And on the left, you can see the existing shared boundary of Elm Tree Cottage. There's approximately 10 metres gap between the extension or the existing building and that rear boundary of Elm Tree Cottage. These existing elevations, you can see that there's existing single-storey offshoots to the rear. These will be extended upwards and at eaves to accommodate the existing or the proposed bedroom additions. And you can also see the front elevation, which remains unchanged. These are the existing floor plans. You can see that this site has been given planning permission in 2021 for 2 additions on the side and 1 at the rear for an additional 4 bedrooms. Overall, the site has permission for 14 bedrooms, and this proposal will extend that by a further 5, because the 2 at the rear are actually incorporated within this application itself. And there is some accommodation existing at first floor level as well. This is the proposed layout plan. So the car parking to the front of the site remains unchanged, and that retains 16 spaces, and the mature vegetation on those side boundaries is also to be retained. The garden area to the side of the property, approximately 260 square metres, and again, that remains unchanged by this proposal. So these are the proposed elevations of the extension. As you can see on the west elevation there at the top, the eaves are going to be raised by approximately 1.3 metres. The ridge line will follow along the existing ridge of the rear element of the existing property, and that will be a 2 metre raise of ridge height. And then you can see at the rear, there is a set off the rear boundary by approximately 4 metres, and then the single-storey element will be approximately 3 metres in width, and again that will be a further metre off that boundary to the north. The western or the eastern facing elevation will accommodate windows that will look out onto the amenity space and won't overlook the neighbouring property due to the presence of the mature vegetation. Originally, the plans did propose windows in the west facing elevation, but they've been removed following officer concerns, and they're now replaced with 2 roof lights. And there you can see at the bottom, the section drawing shows that the roof lights will be set at 1.7 metres above ridge height to above floor level to ensure that views are directed upwards and not out over neighbouring properties. So the proposed floor plans, as you can see, there's 2 additional bedrooms at ground floor level, which already have permission but are incorporated into this proposal. And you've got 5 additional bedrooms at first floor level. So in total, if approved, the site would accommodate 17 bedrooms for occupation by residents. So the main considerations are the impacts on neighbours, and that's why officers have sought to secure amended plans to set the first floor addition off that northern boundary, to remove the windows in the northern and western facing elevations, and to also try and set that ridge down as much as possible. Approximately, there's 10 metres between the extension and the rear boundary of Elm Tree Cottage, and a further 15 metres between that addition and the rear elevation of Elm Tree Cottage 2. There's approximately 12 metres between the corner of the first floor addition and the corner of Sundown. So there's sufficient distance between the elements of the proposal and those properties not to ensure overlooking in terms of the roof lights or in terms of the shadowing plan, the sunlight plan you can see here, which shows that the worst case scenario in March, when the sun's at its lowest, there will only be a minor incursion into those amenity spaces. So in terms of loss of light, loss of shadowing over those gardens, it would be rather minimal. In terms of the overall merits of the scheme, there's not considered to be any adverse impacts on those residents in terms of overlooking, outlook or loss of privacy. The parking provision is considered to be acceptable to accommodate the visitors' spaces and also employee spaces. And in terms of the design and impact on the character of the area, it's a well-screened site, it's well set back, it's at the rear, so there's not considered to be any objections in that respect too. So the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions in 8.2 of the officer's report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Now, on this particular case, we've got no members of the public. Councillor Fairley called it in as the ward councillor, but I've invited Councillor Alan Coley to speak on behalf of Councillor Fairley, an adjacent ward councillor. So, Councillor Coley. I beg, I've made a major error. I'm glad I've been corrected by the solicitor. Mr. Snow, the agent, had asked to speak, and I hadn't got it on my sheet, but he did ask to speak. So I apologise, Councillor, but Mr. Snow.
Good evening. Time is getting on, so I'll try and be brief. This application by Stour Valley Care Group to extend the existing care home is to provide further bedrooms and improve facilities to maintain the viability of Meadowcroft. When complete, Meadowcroft would have just 19 bedrooms, which is fairly modest in care home terms. Since placing the application, a number of changes have been made to the scheme to address the concerns raised during the consultation period. It was good to note that the officers are comfortable with these changes in their recommendation for approval. We often discuss planning balance, and there's been quite a lot of discussion about that tonight, but I'd just like to make a few points regarding the benefits of this proposal. I'm sure we're all aware of how much publicity there has been about the shortage of care beds places and its impact on the NHS. Yet care homes are still closing, either for not meeting the required standard or not being viable. Apparently 247 care homes closed nationally last year despite the pressing need. There were some few, but increasingly care beds are being lost. Stour Valley Care Group are a family-run business now in their 4th generation with Meadowcroft and Mistley Manor, providing much needed, high quality, community-based care. And this application is important to them to continue that. And we hope that you can support this proposal. Thank you.
And now, Councillor Coley. Many apologies.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, Councillor Fairley, the ward councillor for Bradfield, is unable to attend this committee meeting, and she has nominated me to speak in her place. Councillor Fairley called in this application as both parish council and residents had raised concerns about the overall size, the impact on the neighbouring properties in respect of light, private amenity and enjoyment being overlooked, an inevitable increase in traffic and noise, and the adverse impact on public amenity, enjoyment and safety. The main concern is the resulting size of this commercial development and the adverse impact to amenity, which the 24-hour traffic and other movements in its ongoing day-to-day activities will bring to neighbouring residents. The proposal is currently for 19, previously 20 bedrooms, which is a vast increase in size, and its setting does not respond positively to local context. It will be a large commercial development from what was originally a domestic bungalow at the quiet edge of the village in a residential area which has no street lighting. This domestic bungalow was converted to a care home with 6 bedrooms in 2000, extended to 10 bedrooms in 2013, then a further 3 bedrooms were granted in 2022. The numbers keep creeping up and up, with the intention for this application to achieve at least 20 ensuite bedrooms. The recent historic use of this bungalow has been a small care home for those who have learning difficulties. However, the officer's report states that owners on these premises, the Stour Valley Care Group, intend to change the client group at Meadowcroft to provide accommodation for the elderly, which is what they currently provide at nearby Mistley Manor. The applicant's website clearly states that single rooms are available at Mistley Manor from £1,600 a week or from £83,200 a year. From our perspective, we cannot see that there is any identified need for that type of accommodation in Bradfield. This is not the right place for a retirement home or hotel or care home of this size with the associated activities, including staff shift changes, visiting relatives and other visitors, waste collections, clinical waste management and collections, attending medical support and emergency vehicles on a 24/7 basis. These staff activities and traffic movements, which at the current level are very intrusive to neighbours, will not be limited to daylight hours or to a working week. The facility will be operating 24 hours a day. Noise and light will inevitably cause nuisance and adversely impact the neighbours' amenity, especially so during the hours of darkness and during the summer with a greater level of outdoor living. There is no opportunity to limit this impact to daylight hours or to work to avoid bank holidays or weekends. This is contrary to other places of business regularly found within village settings, where limited hours of business help to maintain reasonable amenity for residents. There remains a genuine concern for the overlooking of one of the neighbouring homes, a complete loss of privacy and reduced sunlight. Although partially improved with the amendment, the concerns here are still valid for those residents. Tendering Local Plan Policy SP7 requires that all new development protects the amenity of existing and future residents and users with regards to noise, vibration, smell, loss of light, overbearing and overlooking. Paragraph 130 of the NPPF states that planning should always seek to ensure a good standard of amenity for all existing and future occupants of land and buildings. This application, I would submit, is not compliant with those policies. Bradfield, as a smaller rural settlement, has accommodated many residential development sites across the village. However, the size of this ever-expanding 24/7 commercial facility is a step too far for its quiet, non-lit location surrounded by residential dwellings. In conclusion, I respectfully remind the committee that the neighbours of this development have a right to the peaceful enjoyment of their property, which is enshrined in Article 1 of the First Protocol of the Human Rights Act. Councillor Fairley and I ask the committee to seriously consider the negative impact on this setting and on the residents and refuse this application. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. Right. So I'll ask the officer if he's got any points he wishes to raise further. No, the answer is, in that case, questions, colleagues. We got Councillor Alexander first, please.
Thank you, Chair. That was enlightening. I didn't know anything about that, and I thank Councillor Coley for that information. But what I would like to ask now, I'm looking at this map here. As you know, I do have some problem looking at that screen. So I'm looking at this map here now, which is the floor plan map. Do you have that? Maybe get that up. Have we got it? Is that up? Fine, good. All right. Now I'm looking now at the change of use, which would be for the elderly person. And I'm looking this down on top of this map, and the left and the right. To the left, it is obviously hard bound up to the boundary. To the right, there is an entrance which we went through today, across a little sort of walkway, and then up. Now, I would like to know, when you go back to the, presumably this is the new build finish, I'd like to go to the back of that building. What is the distance from here to that fence at the back?
So you mean the distance from the
end of the building to the fence?
So the end of the building. So if you look at the top there, if you can see that, that's so the first floor element will be 4 meters from the northern boundary, and the single story element will be 1 meter.
Yeah. So, right. First and foremost, I'll reiterate. I cannot see that screen, so I'm wholly dependent on what's in front of me. The screen is wholly inadequate for this kind of meeting. Right, I'm going to ask again because I don't know whether I've made myself clear. I'm looking at the back of the new proposed building, not the front entrance, the back. The distance between there and that fence is going to be 1 meter?
Yes, so it'll be 1 meter, the single story element, and the first floor addition will be 4 meters from that fence.
We saw some gentlemen constructing a rather smart looking wooden construction, presumably that's part of it. Now, there's got to be some form of a recreational area somewhere, and from the looks of that area to the right is a part maybe of that recreational area?
Yes, so the garden area on the plan on the screen will remain unchanged. So that is approximately 260 square meters. The addition at the northern end will be single story, but that garden area completely on the eastern side will remain unchanged, so that won't be built into.
So now this is where, Chair, if I may, it raises alarm bells in my mind, because from a fire point of view, I'd like this explained, if I may. If that right-hand side, that area, there is a fire there and you can't get out of there, and if somebody is maybe confined to a wheelchair or has mobility, you're talking about 1 meter between the end of that building and that fence. And that appears to me, if you are in the right-hand side and there was a fire, the most difficult part would be to get down there with 1 meter, possibly in a wheelchair or other kind of and what another kind of implement. What would the surface underneath be constructed of? Is it going to be solid concrete and paved? Because at the moment, I can just see that as a fire hazard in my mind. I could be wrong.
Yeah, so in terms of fire safety, that would have to be covered under the building regs submission, but the access that we walked into the site today will remain unchanged. So you'd still have that side access along the side of the property, and that was concrete, if I remember rightly. So you'd still have that access along either side of the building, and you'd have that 1 metre gap at the top. So you'd still have access either side of the property.
Yes, I understand what you're trying to say, but I looked at that in its form now, and that's without the piece on the top, which is a proposed thing we're looking at, and the area, which is the largest area, and I'm assuming that would be the area because people like to go outside and sit in the sun, etc. That if this was a problem here, the only access you'd have is the back of that building and along 1 metre to that fence. And I'm wary about this because if I'm right, if you continue along there, you go out through another exit which will take you onto the straight road. Yeah. Okay. So I would like to flag that up as what I think that. I don't know about building regs, but I think that should have been looked at by some kind of a fire officer, maybe had given some view on that.
So if I may.
Yes, please.
Just to gather my thoughts here, ultimately your concern is the ability for a potential wheelchair user to get out from the garden area, whether it be along the northern boundary that has a metre gap or along the side boundary, which is about a metre as well, slightly more. So a standard wheelchair width is 635 millimetres, which is obviously less than a metre. On that basis, I think that would be allowable in the context of building regs, but unfortunately that is a different regime that isn't before us at this moment in time. But it certainly would be something they would be looking at in terms of general escape from the building from the new extension. And there is, in terms of the new extension, there is various exits that are being maintained and put into the new part of the ground floor. So I suspect building regs would find it acceptable, but I do acknowledge your concern of the effectiveness of getting out from that area.
May come back on that, please. Yes, thank you ever so much for that. I understand what you're saying, and I do know the width of a wheelchair. I do a lot of work in that field with charities, but there are other wheelchairs which are mechanically driven. I'm not talking about these big buggies. I'm talking about wheelchairs which are self-propelled, and the person can manipulate them themselves by like a joystick, and those are in fact 800. So you are looking narrow, and as I said, that does worry me. And as you say, if we could just look into that, that would please me no end. And I'm sure safety is what our main concern is.
Thank you, colleagues. I've got a list of 2 more speakers. I'm minded in view of what I said that we wouldn't go on after 10 o'clock, and we've still got 2 more applications. It's blatantly obvious we won't take the last one, but I don't want to shorten debate. So please, can you consider whether we would take the additional one? So we continue with this one, and on the speakers on this one, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to check with the officer. I appreciate Councillor Fairley, the ward member, called this in, but was there were no comments received from Bradfield Parish Council?
Yeah, sorry, they're on the update sheet. They were
sorry.
incorporated into Councillor Fairley's comments in the report, but they are on the update sheet as separate comments.
Okay, that's fine. Yep, thank you.
Which case, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get straight to the point. This is obviously an extension on an extension on an extension. Had this been a normal bungalow, I don't think that we would be sort of having this discussion. My issue is, or the question is this out of keeping with the area? with the other buildings in the area. My initial thought was, and is, that the height of the roof line is too high. I think it had an extension come along and it was single story. I don't think I'd have so many concerns, but a double story is too overpowering for me. And I think that the Councillor Coley said about, you know, residents need to have enjoyment of their properties. I think that, you know, looking out and seeing a large extension would mean that they would have loss of enjoyment. So I don't think anybody's going to dissuade me in any way to change my mind. And I'm going to, at the appropriate time, I'm quite prepared to propose refusal based on the out of keeping and it's too overpowering, or whatever way you wish to phrase it. I will throw that back to the officers to come up with some terminology which makes sense to them. Thank you.
Councillor Guglielmi?
Yes, I'm concerned about the parking area of it. It has that one parking area in the front. We know people go to visit people in those kind of homes, and they have to go by car. They can't go by any other reason. And the back entrance, there is just going to be enough, I gather, for two parking cars at the back. So the parking element is not adequate for all this extension that they're going to do on it. And I would actually second Mr. Harris, Peter Harris, and proposing that it doesn't go ahead.
Right. Further debates? Yes, Councillor Placey.
Can I just clarify something, that this application is actually for an additional 5. They've already got permission for up to whatever it is, 14.
Yeah, that's right. So the site has permission for 14, as you can see from the existing floor plans. The northern 2 have been incorporated into this scheme. So yeah, it's a net gain of 5 rooms in total, which takes it to 19.
And are those 14 all on the ground floor, or is there a first floor on that?
Yeah, there's the existing plan show there's 2 at first floor. So the remaining 12 will all be at ground floor as approved, as existing approved. Yeah.
No further points. Well, I got a proposer and a seconder for refusal. Go to the officer, because we shall want, it's contrary to officers' views, so we shall want to know all the points for refusal.
Yes, can I just confirm, in terms of parking, I think that would be quite a risky reason for refusal. There's 16 spaces. The current parking standards talk about 1 space per visitor's room, or one visitor space per 3 rooms. So in terms of the provision of existing spaces, that's considered to meet the standards, and Essex County Council didn't object on those grounds. I think the safest reason for refusal would be the impact on the neighbouring amenity in terms of loss of outlook, given the raising of the eaves height and the raising of the ridge height in close proximity to those properties. I think in terms of the building being out of keeping, I think because the extension's at the back and it's not overly visible to the public from vantage points, I think that may be difficult to defend. But I think the safest reason would be SPL3, SP7, loss of outlook to neighbouring properties.
So in a residential area, it's not in a...
Yes, sorry. As you know, I have a habit of writing down a potential refusal as people are talking. So I've just gathering what my colleague just said and just quickly checking the policy number out. So I started off with sort of phrasing it in a way that was the proposed extension and associated increase in the intensification of the site would, if approved, be out of keeping with the area by reason of increased use, massing, height, size, overbearing design, and result in the adverse harm of neighbouring amenity by reason of. And then I stopped because I'm thinking, is that noise overlooking an outlet or outlook of the neighbour? So I think, have I covered that, or is noise not really the issue? Not really, no. So it is overlooking an issue, because I think we mentioned this at the beginning and then it hasn't really been mentioned since. I don't like the word overdevelopment, because you kind of want to go, so what does that result in? So you're saying it's too much because it's out of keeping with the area, or out of character, it's out of scale.
I think it's out of keeping. I mean, you wouldn't have a building of that such size built, into the back garden, which is what's happened. I know you can't see it from the street scene, let's say, but certainly from the neighbours around, it's just out of keeping. It's just.
So you're talking about how overbearing it is,
yes,
to the neighbour,
yes,
in respect of
correct,
intruding on their enjoyment of their amenity. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Bear with me. Well, I think yeah, I think that's about it then, really. I don't think I need to add that in. Right, and therefore you're talking about being contrary to PL3, SP7 and the design principles of the NPPF. Right, let's just go through that one more time. So I've got the proposed extension and associated increase in the intensification of the site would, if approved, be out of keeping with the area by reason of increased use, massing, height, size, and overbearing design, and would result in the adverse harm of neighbouring amenity. And it would be contrary to policies SPL3 and SP7 and the NPPF. Thank you.
Chair, who actually needs sleep and food, truthfully? I mean, we've only been at this for 12 hours. Why not just see it through to final victory? That's my view. Let's plod on.
This one or not? You're all right. Okay, we will continue then, but all I'll say to you, let's pursue it and get on with it and make some quick decisions, one way or t'other. I'm not specifying that, but yeah, before my eye.
Right, thank you, Chairman. Before I start the presentation, there's two verbal updates. One is confirmation that the legal agreement referred to in the committee report has been completed, and amendment to condition number 6 with removal of reference of water use, the first bullet point. So this application seeks outline consent for the erection of one dwelling and provision of parking for the proposed and existing dwelling at number 45 the street, Kirby, Lissoken. The application is an outline application with matters of layout, scale, appearance and access being reserved for any future reserved matters application. So the application site outlined in red, it comprises of a detached dwelling situated close to the road and a detached flat roof garage. This is the aerial view with the site outlined in red. So this is the existing dwelling and the existing flat roof garage, and then the residential curtilage of the property. Again, you can see that in closer proximity, and the proposed garage is to be demolished as part of the proposal. So this is an extract of the local plan. The site is outlined in black in this location here. And this shows the site being located outside the settlement development boundary, which is the red line, and within the conservation area, which is the purple line. As the site lies outside the settlement development boundary, there is some policy conflict. However, this does not specifically prevent the development of the site. And furthermore, as the site is within the conservation area, Essex County Council Heritage were consulted, who raised concern regarding the lack of detail in this application, as well as loss of views of the rural landscape from the conservation area. However, officers' views are of the view that some form of dwelling would be acceptable on this site, depending on its size and design and location, which would be determined by a future reserve matters application if this application would be successful. So this shows the existing site and accesses. So as part of the proposal, one of the access closest to the existing dwelling is proposed to be closed, and a parking and turning area is to be provided. This is a photograph site looking towards the existing dwelling, which is in this location, and the existing garage, which is to be demolished. This is a photograph further afield, so you can see the neighbouring property, which has a garage to the front. And that's looking in the opposite direction towards the existing dwelling. So before we look at the proposals, this map shows the application site and all the surrounding applications which have been approved in recent years. Officers consider that this number of applications and these applications change the character of the area somewhat. And this indicative plan shows how a dwelling associated parking for the existing and proposed dwelling could be provided. So you've got a proposed dwelling in this location with parking for both the dwellings and a turning area, with the existing access to be closed. So you note from the report that Essex County Council Highways have objected to the proposal. Whilst these comments are noted, officers considered that removing one access point with poor visibility and enabling all cars to enter and exit the site in a forward gear would be of some benefit to highway safety and would not be sufficient to warrant a reason for refusal. So on this basis, given the sustainable location of the site, the lack of any harm to the character and appearance of the surrounding area and residential amenity, the application is on balance recommended for approval this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I mustn't miss the agent, Mr. Legree.
Thank you, Chairman, members. I think the first point to draw members' attention to is that this application has been with the council since October 2020. The comments from the town council are actually from November 2020. The comments relate to a completely different application, which was that time for 2 dwellings on the site, and there was not the indicative plan. So those comments are somewhat out of date. This application has been with the council for 2.5 years. Throughout that period of time, we've been attempting to discuss with members, with officers, and who have been very supportive, I have to admit. But County Highways have steadfastly opposed the scheme. This is despite the site actually having 2 access points. And if members saw this morning on the site visit, the visibility from the access adjacent to the existing cottage is virtually nil. This scheme is intended to remove that access and provide for parking and garaging for both the existing and proposed dwelling. So therefore, a significant improvement to the current situation. We cannot therefore understand the comments from the County Highways given those measures. We've provided an indicative drawing which shows how the site can be developed. That in itself causes no difficulties for the existing property or for the neighbours. Equally, in the 2.5 years since this application has been with the council, a number of other approvals have been granted by this authority outside the settlement boundary. The members, when they visited the site, the minibus pulled up outside 2 new dwellings, virtually complete, just slightly down the road. Immediately to the west of this site are 2 dwellings that were allowed on appeal and now been developed. The plan that Mrs. Chapman Ennis has shown you to this evening shows a considerable number of sites. Virtually all of those are outside the settlement boundary, including 2 more dwellings located directly opposite this site. All of those, while 1 application was submitted and obtained by ourselves at Stamfords. The one case that we didn't deal with was also allowed on appeal. The settlement boundary is out of date and does not reflect what has been approved and agreed elsewhere. We believe that this scheme is an appropriate infill. It reflects what has been approved by this council and by government inspectors on appeal, and would add to the character of the road. It also fundamentally improves the very dangerous circumstances for the current occupant of the existing property, and achieves that significant improvement. So I cannot accept the views put forward by the conservation officer, because those only reflect the fact that this is not a full detailed application. And also the comments from the town council, which are over 2 years out of date. Thank you.
And now Councillor Nick Turner.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members. Thank you, officers, for going on beyond your committed hours. That is appreciated. I'm representing the Town Council of Frinton and Walton. I've been tasked with speaking to you tonight to ask you to reject this application on the grounds laid out by Place Services, Historic Buildings and Conservation Advice as a statutory consultee. I won't read the whole of this out. An outline application does not provide sufficient information to assess whether the proposal offers a bespoke response to the historic context in terms of scale, design and materials. Also, there is the potential that the proposed dwelling would block the view of a rural landscape, which forms a mostly unchanged setting of Kirby Le Soken, which can be seen from within the conservation area, contributing to an understanding of the village as an isolated rural settlement. Should there be any permission for this site, I would recommend this via detailed application. I would also like you to remember the comments from Highways in your report. And I can't say the last time I saw Highways being this definite. From a highway and transportation perspective, the impact of the proposal is not acceptable to the Highway Authority. 615, paragraph 615 in this report refers to the details of the garage being converted into a separate dwelling and the detail to be referred to reserved matters. This is a conservation area. The site is a significant asset in the conservation area. The conservation area deserves to be treated and administered by proper and full application. I consider accepting the outline for consideration as bordering on cavalier. 616 goes on to mollify the comments of 615 and then goes on to say, it is therefore considered at this stage that it isn't necessary or reasonable to refuse the application on the basis of impact on the character and appearance of the conservation area. Then I ask, and the town council asks, what is the point of the conservation areas? Before the principle of development can be agreed, a full application is required by the town council. Many of the subsequent paragraphs go on to say why a judgment cannot be made on this application. Too many to comment on in 3 minutes. It reminds me of being asked to buy a pig in a poke. Finally, the icing on this particular cake is that it's outside the settlement boundary. Please refuse and ask for a detailed plan to be proposed, to be brought forward to the town council. Town council, and obviously then to your to the authority and maybe to this committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is the speakers, councillors. Over to you. Questions? We all saw it. Councillor Alexander.
Just quickly, really, it goes back to the highways addition, which was done on a desktop study. The introduction of one new dwelling sharing an access turning parking area onto the B104. No, I was under the understanding when we went out today that this was a standalone, and they weren't sharing any kind of parking. That was going to be a block-in area of the hedging or something, with only one access in and a turning circle. Have I got that wrong?
No, you are correct in terms of the access closest to the existing access closest to the existing dwelling is proposed to be closed. So there'll be one access which will serve both the existing property and the proposed property.
Thank you. Further questions? The point that was made by, I think, by the agent, that this was an improvement to highways by shutting one of the entrances or exits, as the case may be, of course, could be done now without building a property, couldn't it? It could make it safer for the existing householder to come out of there. So I don't think that is a positive point, but others might think differently. Right. Further points then. Right. Councillor Harris.
The point made by Councillor Turner about wanting to see a sort of full application detail as opposed to an outline. You know, I'm not. Trying to understand what he means by that, and obviously it's always good to see the detail, but this is just setting the principle of build, and then if a full or detail or full application comes in after, and we don't like the look of it, then it can still be rejected, can't it? Yeah. So, okay. I take the point with highway safety. I mean, I think that the turning, that's quite a sort of a blind bend. It's shocking anyway. So I don't. It probably, because it moves it further away from the bend, it probably does improve the safety as far as I'm concerned. But it's still unsafe. But it is what it is. It's there anyway. So, yeah, I'm not sure what to say. I'll listen to my colleagues.
Well, just that confirming that the outline sets the outline for the building. You can still refuse that on when you get the detail application. You can still refuse them actually having permission to build.
Yeah, so an outline application would just establish the principle of a dwelling on the site. The plan on the screen at the moment is an indicative plan to show how that may be. So what is for consideration this evening is, so if I find a, is whether members consider it acceptable that a dwelling will be built some point on this site and that the existing access will be closed.
I'd like officers to talk to me about the impact on the conservation area. And I think one of the points by Councillor Turner was, well, if we ignore it, people might say, well, what's the point of a conservation area? Wonder if you could comment on that, please.
Conservation areas. The purpose of the conservation area itself is a designated asset in terms of the NPPF. It has this requirement that you are looking to conserve or enhance in respect of development in that area. What we've got here, though, is an outline application which is purely asking for the principle of having a residential unit. But because it's reserved all matters, we have the ability as a second stage to look at appearance, landscaping, layout, scale, and the means of access as well. And ultimately, when we look at those, we will look at the conservation area again in the context of that detail. We're looking at the conservation area now in terms of would, in principle, a development as an infill in this site have a detrimental impact on the conservation of the area, or indeed would it enhance the area? We feel that we've got an indicative plan that sufficiently gives us enough assurance that a good design is possible, and therefore the principle of development should be allowed at this stage, because we can at reserved matters still consider all of those other aspects of appearance, scale, and so on that we would look in detail with regard to the conservation area. Unfortunately, I admit I would love to get rid of outlines and always have a full application, so I deal with everything in one go. And I understand the idea with conservation areas, it is more ideal for those more sensitive areas to do that. But the current provision is that whether you've got a conservation area or not, an outline application is a valid application route to make in law. So ultimately, that is your judgment.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to think that our local plan is gravelled in stone and it's there and it cannot be moved one way or the other. But unfortunately, it's not. And time again, we see this before us, which will go to some form of appeal and then be allowed, which, again, we've had exactly the same as we've had in a previous application. You know, we're looking at this, and obviously you see Mr. Pateman G sees great advantage in this and can see that that it's worthy of approval. And so you're back to this idea again. We're stuck in this dichotomy of whether or not it's safe or whether or not it isn't according to the highways. But so I mulled this over in my mind. Is it safer for two people to get out on the road, or is it safer for one? Because they can't both come out at once, so they come out at one at a time. And then the safety factor clocks in again. We've got this other problem, you see. And I know it's contrary to the D policies from county, but I'm afraid to say that looking at it, rounded, I think I'm minded to lean towards the officers on this and go for approval.
As there's nothing contrary to that, I'll accept that as a proposal and ask, do I have a seconder for it? I do have a seconder in Councillor Fowler, and invite her to speak.
I am happy to second Councillor Alexander's proposal. I just want to be clear about the fact that it is an outline application for one dwelling and the provision of access parking for both the existing and proposed dwelling. Now, the proposed dwelling, we have no idea what the proposed dwelling will be at this stage.
So the outline does set the reserved matters are that we don't know what the dwelling will look like, but the outline does in its description set it to be one dwelling, so the number is fixed.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
And on that, you're happy to accept a second here, right? Everybody else has either fallen asleep or we're getting so tired. I've got a proposer and a seconder that we do actually vote on the recommendation, which is on page 136. There's one or two things on it, like the financial contribution and
just one thing. We've already got the 106 agreement, so it's literally just.
It's on that
just
second.
for the conditions.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. We already have that. Then that's good.
Just
in that case, it's to vote on the recommendation, the second part then of 136, page 136, with the conditions that are later on in the book, if I can find them. So you know what you're voting for. Those in favour, please show. And those against? Right, that is approved at long last. Thank you very much. And thank you to everybody who's carried on. We will not be taking the last application. It is only a porch. I'll ask the legal officers. John, I'll ask the solicitor's advice. Can we take it on that?
No.
No, right. I didn't think we could. So I'm afraid that one will be moved off. As you say, it is only a porch, but it's
We need to go through the
all through the procedure, yes. Yeah. Well, we wouldn't come back tomorrow. It'll be put on the April the 24th or whatever the date is. Go on. We can, even though my bad eyes are now closed, so I didn't see you winking.
Right, so this is an application for the proposed erection of a front porch with a pitched roof at 24 Bayview Crescent, Little Oakley. This application is before members as TDC own the freehold of the property. The application site is outlined in red on that plan. That's a front elevation and the elevation as seen in the street scene. Other porches in the surrounding area. Existing elevation, proposed floor plan, and the proposed front elevation. So the materials will be proposed grey boarding, which is considered acceptable, and the proposal is considered to be of an acceptable design, have no adverse impact on the character of the area or neighbours' amenities, and is therefore recommended for approval.
Thank you. I know Councillor Harris wants to ask a lot of questions, but I shall go to him first.
Can you tell me what materials the porch is? No. If nobody has, I'm recommending approval if nobody else has, or second it, or third it, or whatever. Thank you.
I have a proposer in Councillor Harris, and I have a seconder in Councillor Placey. Those in favour of approving it, please show. Oh, well, it has gone through. Thank you. Yeah.